Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Sing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Sing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Sing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7.
Hey. Hey, Rishi. Do you like the custom music? Go7, king of the game. I think it's a pretty good, fun song. We have a Go7 game from the Fog Journey that I will cover. Oh, I have the apple out. Oh, an evil penguin. No. We'll have bow tie. Not quite at the end of the stream yet. This was a double stream day. I had a bonus stream where I covered the Wargroove 2 demo. That was pretty fun. Isn't this a really stacked matchup? Bombbolt versus Sturm. I'm a pretty big fan of this matchup. Sturm's got like perfect movement to his advantage, and Bombbolt's got the stat advantage of Go7 versus Coffee. I'm not a huge fan of Coffee. Almost first. Unless the coffee has like a lot of creamer / sugar sweetener of some sort. If it's like a mocha, where it's basically a hot chocolate with a little bit of bitterness to it, then I'm down. But if it's like just a cup of coffee, no. I'm not a huge fan of tea or coffee. Unless I'm sick, and then I get a ginger lemon tea toddy. Turmeric. Meant the player. I think Coffee Spoons is like 1200 in fog. Something like that. Due to the divisions of the on-site tournaments, very quickly are you running into players that have a chance of knocking you out. It's not like in the Discord Cups, it's pretty rare to get knocked out unless someone's like smurfing, because you're on the early rounds, you're just fighting like 700s and then 800s and then 900s. But I could see, like, I think this is a game I could possibly lose. Ginger mint tea is good for you when you feel ill. Just drink milk. Coffee Spoons is like 1200. I will check. Coffee Spoon. Yeah, 1281, almost 1300. Mainly a standard player. Like 1,000 in fog, 1,200 in standard. Apparently beat Starflash 3 days ago. In standard. Sami mirror. There you go. Getting up there, yeah. Rishi, did you like the song? I have a similar-ish song that, but by the same person, that I'll eventually make an intro for, standalone videos for. Very nice, thank you, thank you. Rishi, are you playing in the fog tournament? Or just waiting for some people to show up? I'll check. I don't know if you're on my friends list. She's not on my friends list. Not even on my blocked list. What is Rishi's name? I thought it was. Oh, there it is. Rishi is here, of course, of course. Add you on the friends. No, this must not be you. This is just an 800 rated account. You play on this. You're in the tournament on this. That's not fog tournament. You're waiting for Quack 2. What is Civilization Revolution? We can quickly look at that. It's a 16-player immigration race. It'll be a while before I'm covering this. I didn't put all the names in because there's just so many. The map apparently looks like... Oh my god, that's max zoom out right there. Barely fits on the screen. It'll be... They're invincible HQs. Will be quite the game to cover. Is that a single comm tower for the entire map in the center? Nice. So many Sashas. No one's ever gonna get the power off. But that's not what we're covering right now. We even call this Advanced Wars by Web. Madness! Actually, the first Sasha will get the power. True. I'm actually on my spring break right now, so hopefully I'll be able to get some videos done. Some nice standalones, as well as some good streaming. All right, 11 viewers? Okay. I will hop right on into it. This is, of course, a non-standard day. I decided to go on Thursday because I'm on spring break, and I didn't do a Monday stream. So, this is Logarithmic, it's called, and it is the round 2 map of the Fog Online tourney, Smacky Cup. Spring break, woo! And as you can tell from this map, it is, well, for one, it's tier 1, and in Fog, Sturm is allowed in tier 1, provided he doesn't break the map. Breaking the map just means that, like, his capture phase would be too efficient because he gets to ignore terrain that would normally slow down infantry. I don't think anyone submitted the game for LVJD on this map, so I can't cover it. Although it's a very short game. It's just an HQ. But yeah, on this map, Javier's banned because it's quad comm towers. And anytime Javier has easy access to 2 comm towers, he gets banned because it's just too strong. But all 4 of these comm towers are somewhat contestable. The ones in the middle are very contestable. The ones in the corners are pretty easy to take, but they're difficult to hold because you don't really want to have your units hiding out in the corner trying to hold things down. So they can kind of swap hands fairly easily, depending on who's got map control in that general area. And you can see here for the bases, and every way that leads into the center has forests in the way. So that's going to slow down the deployment of vehicles for everyone who isn't Sturm. So that means breaking these pipe seams, especially this pipe seam, because it lets both of these bases feed straight up here towards the enemy's HQ without going through a forest, are pretty valuable. They're going to save you some time. This one's not so great. This one's very good. This one's pretty decent for defending your own HQ. So these are kind of prioritized for people that aren't Sturm. Sturm doesn't super care because it doesn't really, like, the forests don't slow down his vehicles. And this isn't like a faster route to go through this pipe seam over going through these forests to get to this HQ. So he can kind of just ignore the pipe seam part of the game. So he doesn't have to work on having like indirect investments to break these. Or Von Bolt does get a lot from breaking these pipe seams. So that's going to be something that you should expect to see on this map, is the breaking of the pipe seams to create reinforcement routes for specific fighting that will happen on the map. The capture phase is a little bit wonky because you get to choose between focusing on like these center captures that are closer together. You can have some chains like here, chains over here, which only the one base feeds into, which makes it very vulnerable to being harassed. Or you can try and focus on getting these airports quickly and building either transport copters or battle copters to support your fight early on. The bottom here has a very large dead zone of properties, which makes it very unappealing for an infantry to capture here and then make its way all the way over to this corner in comparison to going up, feeding into the middle. Which means that the HQ is often going to be pretty hard to guard, because unless you're trying to put a lot of pressure on the corner early and like sacrificing some capture phase to do so, you're not going to have very many units by your HQ, which is part of why the HQ rush is viable. The stream earlier was just a bonus stream because the Wargroove 2 demo came out. So I just showed off what the demo had. It's pretty fun. Yeah. This is Sturm against Von Bolt. Von Bolt has better stat spread against Sturm. Only 10% less defense, but 30% more attack. So Von Bolt in general can just beat up Sturm's units if they're just in a straight up brawl. But Sturm, of course, has perfect movement, which means that all of his units use just one movement point to go over terrain, which means Sturm recons move 8, and they just zip across the map, and Sturm can often rely on just a lot of early recons to harass Von Bolt's economy, and then rely on units that are really like teching up, basically. For like neo tanks, you can even go mega tanks, because the mega tank gets its full 4 movement. It doesn't get slowed down by these forests. You can go with rockets because they get their full 5 movement, unlike spending 3 to go through a forest, for instance. Sturm rockets just kind of zip across the map, and the extra base firepower helps offset the -2 attack that Sturm has. And also because Sturm has such fast recons and fast units in general, he's often very capable of either denying or even just taking more than his fair share of comm towers. So like the fair share would be grabbing 2, and then your opponent grabs 2. It's pretty easy for Sturm to get all 4 or 3, and then work on getting the 4th one. And if he can get 3 comm towers, he's finally reached a positive attack firepower boost. He'll be a very happy Sturm. If he can get all 4, then he will have the Advanced Wars 2 base Sturm stats of plus 20%, plus 20%, and be an unstoppable killing machine. So, if you see Sturm on this map, there's kind of 2 things that they could possibly be going for. They can either be going for very early, like a recon harassment, and then try and use that to get a lot of comm towers, or they might be going for like an HQ rush. And the fact that you have to defend against both of those possibilities is gonna be very straining on your resources, because defending against the HQ, you have to have forces over here, but the recon rush is going to attack the opposite side of the map where there's a huge cluster of properties, and that's partly on a failure of the map design that the HQ rush is that threatening. The other thing that Sturm can do is focus heavily on transports and get like the perfect APC movement and all that to get an economic boost while you are while you are probably going to be playing defensively, so you won't be able to harass it. Yeah. But if Von Bolt can kind of get through the game and go even on comm towers, then Von Bolt will have the advantage overall in the fights, just because way better stats. So my idea for the opening of this game, I was either going to go APC and try and go for some very early aggressive captures, or I was going to go for Recon Rush. I really like the Recon Rush attacking over here because of the cluster of cities and the only single base defending it, and the tank from this base can only make it to this forest, so it doesn't even cover this city. That's already a possible target. And Sturm Recons also have the plus 20% defense, so they're really hard to like one-shot. They often get to survive with just a little bit of health and then zip off with their 8 movement and be used for vision or repair and harass later on. So that was my game plan here. Was just a lot of recons, attack this area, and then build an artillery to make it to this forest, along with some recons I'll set up here to defend while I go for this top tower capture on this property. Okay, so my opponent decided to go for very, very, very fast airport, which is definitely a choice. I could definitely see it being viable for like battle copters, but I would not suggest going for this against Sturm. You can see I'm already getting a recon. For going for transports, just because of how many recons you can expect Sturm to have and how fast they deploy, as you can see. So I'm choosing to build recons from this base because I could build them from this base. Basically, it'd be either of these bases. I choose this base because it's the capture route down here doesn't super matter. Infantry make it to this airport faster from here, and then otherwise these guys both deploy to this tile at the same rate for infantry and this airport in the same number of turns. So anyway, I'm just focusing on this one for my recon production because it has the least viable capture paths for the infantry. Okay, so there we see the T-copter, and then a recon for coffee spoons. This recon is probably with the idea if I go for an HQ rush, there's going to be something to help contest and fight it. The T-copter, I mean, it's not awful because I am going to be harassing a lot of infantry, so this will allow for some quick resupplies. Now, none of your games are in the queue. You like send the multiple that to me at the same time. Yeah, it is awful. Well, I think without the recon buy, it's fine because you could get a tank this turn. Here you can see, oh, and this is a very common mistake in Fog. I often make it as well, is just moving your infantry right next to the city that you want to capture, which lets the recon attack from that city. Now it's holding down the city, and it takes less retaliation. I do this little flip around because I want coffeespoons to watch the replay and make it look like the recons are coming from this space, or like the middle area, which could kind of fake pressure this area. Like there's nothing really threatening this area, but if the recon comes from that direction, then it makes it look like I have a presence. And they have tons of movement to play around with. Where if I come from this way, it's gonna, like, if I came out and then up like this, it looks more like I have recons over here, which I don't want it to look like. I want the infantry to move down towards here. Intentionally burning fuel, it's true. Yeah, I have my artillery built. And coffeespoons is going for some recon harassment of his own. But these recons are a lot slower than Sturm recons, although they are scarier. And this infantry is going the distance, much like mine, going for the corners. You would think for a resident of the South Pole, Mr. Go7 would be advocating for sustainable war. And here I get to see the transport copter, which makes me feel even more secure in attacking over here, because that means the vehicles have been delayed. Here I'm going to harass these two. Slow down this capture, mess up with this guy, because it looks like it was gunning for this comm tower. I don't really want to deal with Von Bolt with extra firepower right now. Here you can see I have 3 recons on the field. Build 3 more. And then I'll send this guy up here, because I think these guys are already doing some pretty nice harassment. coffeespoons is making sure to try and prioritize going for these corner comm towers, it looks like. Go7 streaming lately, it's true. Recons are feasting. So now I do know that there's a tank in this forest, and I also know that this infantry walked onto this comm tower. I didn't see it, but that's kind of the move that this infantry would go for. So I know I have some time before I have to interrupt it. We have the mech buy, which is very spicy. If the transport copter like went back for the mech, I think that would make more sense. But it's going to be really slow to deploy right now in comparison to how aggressive the recons can be. Okay, go for my own comm tower here. Make sure to guard it with the artillery. This recon does see the comm tower being captured. And here they stayed to keep capping this, so I'm kind of forced to kill it off entirely. And I make sure to block right here so that this infantry can't just start capping again with tank support. Alright, fall back. Leave, make sure that I want to stand on this tile. Not that I'm worried about my recon being hit, but I don't want this recon to attack from that tile, because the extra defense would be really hard for me to get through. I'd much prefer if it attacks from this road, these plains, that I can go artillery fire, double recon hit, and kill. And I go double tank because I have to deal with these recons. Yeah, I think the black bow should be on the HQ. I 100% agree. Here you can see the very nice Sturm recon defense. Other people's recons would just die right there. Mech is hidden back. Another transport copter. And we have the anti-air. Anti-air is a fine choice. There hasn't been any sign of me going for air, and I don't have any air yet. But they're perfectly serviceable against recons, and they will do nicely against infantry, of course. So here we can see the artillery, double recon, kill off the Von Bolt recon. And here I'm going to run away with my 2 health recon, which gives me vision of the comm tower, which I can go and harass. And I know that both of these tanks are in range of this recon, so I can just overload them at this point and put more recons in danger. Also, I note that this recon up here can't see this tile, so my infantry can move over here and threaten to go for the comm tower safely. So here I'm going to attack from the top here on the road, which does end up costing me some health, but it stops this tank from being able to hit me from a missile platform. And kind of links it up with these other recons as well for harassing this area if I want to. And then here I'm gonna, because these guys are overloaded, I'm just gonna attack this transport copter from the city, so that if only one hits me, it's not such a big deal. But I want to hit the transport copter so that I can one-shot it, well, finish it off with a battle copter, which I built right there, later on. Otherwise, the transport copter is going to be a really annoying blocker against me. Coffeespoons decides to go for this guy. Totally fine. It does make these tanks very much dedicated to this corner in comparison to the middle. We have the first artillery built. And this is that investment that Von Bolt has to make that Sturm doesn't, where these indirects get built in order to break these pipe seams. Or of course my Sturm indirect just got to go into a really nice position in order to secure a kill. Now I get to go for this comm tower, and I get to attack this recon with tank double recon. Like so. It barely lives at 1, but that's fine. It's been trapped in by the vehicles. It can only, well, once I put the artillery over here, it can't even make it in there anyway. It can only move down towards my base and get finished off as a 1 health recon. And this infantry can like interrupt my comm tower, but now I have 3 vehicles around here to finish it off if it decides to do so. And here I will stop the comm tower from going through, and then I'll stop the city from going through, heal up this recon, potentially use it to stop any capture over here. But then I decide that I get my rocket, because then I can lock down this comm tower very easily in just 2 turns of movement. I decide to move this infantry over here in range of the infantry that's on the mountain for vision, so that the tank will come down and I can just smack it with copter tank. That is the plan. Okay, Coffeespoons is going to engage in some infantry fighting in the middle, which I'm pretty happy with, because that means these guys aren't putting on capture pressure, and they're pretty vulnerable to being taken out by the recon harassment. You can see part of what's going on here is that the map is really wide on this front, so it's very difficult for Coffeespoons to have enough defenses everywhere, where it's very easy for me as Sturm to have recons that can hit anywhere, because they're cheaper and they move 8. They also bring their own vision of 5. That's just Sturm recon on a missile platform. Very hard to damage. Okay, hits the pipe seam, which lets me know that there's either a copter or a tank. So here we go. Copter tank kills tank with a double comm tower for Sturm. So I have normal attack boost. And here I have a choice. I can either try and interrupt this comm tower, but I don't think it's very feasible because I know there's one more full health infantry, and I don't see that many vehicles for Von Bolt right now, so I think that some more got sent down here to secure this comm tower. But really what's happening is that there's been an indirect investment. So here I try and finish off this transport copter, but it thwarts me living at 1. But that's okay. And here I'm just gonna stop these captures. Lots of recon plus tank harassment going on there. So I'll stop this capture and bring the artillery over. Not necessarily the best place for it. I'm trying to cover the 2 best tiles that my tank can be attacked from. And here I'm just very boldly going to walk up and attack here, considering how little damage the anti-air can do to me. And yeah, I don't have any anti-airs because I have so much pressure with these recons that I don't think my opponent can really afford this. Yeah, I'm gonna jump straight to this is kind of what Sturm likes to do against Von Bolt. I'm gonna jump way up there in the tech levels. I get a lot of recons, and that's gonna force a lot of tanks, and then I can build stuff that can beat tanks. Like I can go for a fast rocket because I know my opponent's gonna be on the defensive. Here, the anti-air does get this kill on this recon. And very boldly goes for this first strike tank. Hit 7-6. Thanks to my double comm tower. The harassment over here is paying dividends. Almost all of the infantry have been injured, so these properties are probably never going to be captured, especially once the rocket gets into position. And now this artillery has been firing at this comm tower, or this pipe seam for a while, so I know there's some reinforcements or investments that aren't able to make it to the front lines right now, so I should have a very nice time kind of doing whatever I want harassment-wise. Like so. There was no reason to go for this capture, or go this route to get to the capture, but it's the Sturm only route, so I had to make sure to force the padding there. Just because. Here comes the Neo tank. Down here, unfortunately, I have to go for the tank first strike and then copter. Otherwise, I wasn't guaranteed to be able to protect my copter from the anti-air. I don't know what's over here necessarily. Rachel with more infantry than recons. And here I have really good map vision, so I can just kind of have my my rocket chill outside of a forest right now. It's covering the comm tower, so this is never going to get captured now. And then I know there's an infantry in these woods, so I decided to just put my tank back here, heal off the chip damage for free, and then use it to take out the infantry when it attacks me next turn. The rocket that fears no man. Here we can... Oh, I also went for double anti-air at this point, because I was like, okay, there's probably some air by now. I gotta make up for that. Yeah, my artillery placement isn't great here. It fired this turn, which is why I didn't move. Alright, so at this point I know the comm tower is about to be captured, but I still don't have 100% idea of what's over here. I think there's more than there is. So yeah, there's the tank is to go up there, and I get to complete this capture recon harassment to make sure there's no way to stop it. And I'll send some infantry up here to get the captures and put a threat on this HQ. Rocket will just fire on the mech, easy peasy. Kill off this interrupting infantry and then block off the way so I get the capture. Some more nice recon harassment. Make sure to focus on hurting these infantry. You can see a lot of them have survived at just one. And I can go for the capture right here. Covered by the rocket, it's going to force some sort of sacrifice to stop it. And here I still think there's more defending up here, so instead of like giving myself vision and then having the copter come over here and strike 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which would actually be safe from this anti-air, I decided to just pick on these units because if I can kind of wipe out this part of the supporting cast for this corner, it's not a huge deal if this comm tower is captured because then I can just go take the comm tower once I have the map presence. But I do have to protect my poor copter at this point. Otherwise the anti-air is going to find him. Just chain some Neos. I get to also use these guys to magnet the Vombolt super later. You can kind of see how much on the defense, how pushed back coffeespoons is here because of all of that harassment and how much has kind of been invested in breaking these pipe seams that I didn't have to do. Out comes the medium tank. It doesn't even get to one-shot the recon because Sturm. This copter sees Neo Tank rocket. These tanks are luckily outside of the rocket range. These guys try and run away. Mech gets brought in. You can see now Vombolt's invested very heavily over here to try and contest this comm tower, and now the HQ is just like very vulnerable. So I'll start moving in over here to force Vombolt to really spread out again. And then this meteor strike, I thought it might hit here, but I needed to move my recon first if I wanted it to hit here. Because the meteor plus Neotank strike would kill this medium tank. Instead I just go and kill a tank, which is very fine. Even though I'm on a bridge, this Neotank has plus 30% defense because Sturm power and Sturm day-to-day and then power active. So it's very much not scared of a medium tank. And now you can see I can just move in here and take the comm tower because I've kind of gotten map control. And then I was so sure that this infantry was really low. Like it had barely survived, but that might have been this one. But yeah, that recon dies, which is very sad. I would not recommend losing your recon like that. And then yeah, so now Vombolt has a super available. So I'll just make a magnet down here. Neo tank, medium tank, recon. It does require base skips, but I do have 2 airports I can then build from, so I'm not upset about that. And then this is a feign capture, of course. I go for the capture, but really I'm going to go for your HQ. Okay. Coffee Spoon sets up double artillery at this pipe seam. It gets trapped a fair bit. That's something I think Coffee Spoon should definitely work on, is the vision game and making sure units don't get trapped. This was a very tricky move. As you can see, the tank did not attack the pipe seam. It just moved up the pipe seam. So I didn't think that there was a direct unit. So I start the HQ cap and then go for these other captures because I'm really threatening 2 victories here. If you reach 30k income, then you'll just win the game from captures. So if I can get 6 more properties, I'll win the game. If I get the HQ, I'll win the game. I'll just try and take out everything in this area. I can take the comm tower at this point pretty easily. I really should have killed this 1 health infantry that's on the mountain before going for this comm tower so that my opponent wouldn't know for sure that I'm capturing it. And here I'll just do a little block in, make sure I get that comm tower. Back in here, take out as many units as possible. And here I just moved my magnet up together. So the super will hit here now. We'll go for a triple recon copter. I'm still doing kind of fine on my recon health, my recon quantity. I have 3 on the field, but if those get taken out, then I'll start running into some serious vision problems, which I really don't want. So it's, at this point, very easy for me to afford a triple recon buy. And they also, of course, reach the front lines very good. What do I think about this map? I think the map's pretty good. I think there definitely should be a black boat on the HQ. That's very playable. And then here, because there wasn't an attack on the pipe seam, I figured there might be a tank sitting here waiting to interrupt HQ cap, so I go here to block the way. Now, I could have gone and sat here in front of the pipe seam, but I didn't think it would be very easy to kill, because at 77% health, that takes at least 2 shots, which might require the unit that's standing in front of the pipe seam to attack it. And that's the only unit that'd be able to reach the HQ. But Steeler outdoes me here. It has the double artillery available to break it and then interrupt. Definitely should have gone for Ex Machina first, though, just for the extra damage. Even gets the roll down here. Pow. I'm pretty sure that was a roll. Maybe that's only a roll with that's much fromage. And then here we go. I do get the comm tower now, both of them, and I am at Advanced Wars 2 Sturm levels. And now all I have to do at this point is I need to set up a win by capture in just like 2 turns. And I decide I can't completely block this off in a way that isn't capably broken through. So instead I decide to set up a nice vision puzzle for coffee spoons, because vision seemed to be something that was kind of a recurring theme in this match. So I was like, I'll set one up so coffee spoons can have like a learning experience, and even if they don't get it this turn to stop the HQ cap, they'll definitely see it after they go the save, and they'll be a very nice way to learn different ways to manage your units in these combats. And this vision, the vision play is a very big part of Fog. So yeah, I'm also setting up a victory in 2 turns. I'm capturing these 2 properties, which will hit me to 27, and I'm setting myself up to capture this one, and this one, which will hit me to 30. So even if this gets stopped, I have my secret capture victory in mind. Okay. So here, there's two ways of stopping the HQ capture. I make sure to hit this tank, so the tank is not strong enough to stop this. I also make sure to hit the recon, so the recon is not strong enough alone to stop this. Otherwise, you can just go tank, kills this tank, then recon can stop the capture. I thought that the play they might go if they don't look at it long enough, then they'll just like hit the tank and you can't kill here. No comm tower. This 5 health Sturm tank is too strong against an 8 health tank. So there's two ways to do this. You can either the way I was thinking of going about it would be to use the artillery to reveal this infantry, and then you can go rocket plus one of these guys or plus recon to kill this guy off, and then tank can interrupt with another tank that can save the HQ. The other way you could go about it is recon reveals the infantry, and then that opens up a spot for the medium tank to kill this recon, and then you can go rocket plus infantry kills this infantry, and then the tank can interrupt here. Which is the one that coffeespoons saw right after going for this attack. You can see, if you don't go in that order, now the infantry can't reach interrupt. And of course down here, the Sturm pressure is just too great. There's the pipe runner, the GG pipe runner. And the capture to end it. Both classy yet disrespectful. GG. I didn't think it was disrespectful, but if it was, I'm sorry. GG. But yeah, that's the way I like to play Sturm, is early recon harassment, and then you go for very fast tech ups to make up for your stat deficit. The fact that your rockets move 5 suddenly makes them like a real unit, where someone else trying to get a rocket to the front lines takes forever moving through all these forests and plains, and then it's easy to pick off. Is it just fog today? Pro tip: when losing is imminent, start saving for triple pipe runner buy. Alright, there was the Go7 game. Next we have the achesst game, who said Jess said their schedule's just a mess, so that I should just cover the game when I can. Let's just double check that's what they want. Okay. Is achesst versus Randomwayz. I would say that Sturm rockets are better than grit rockets. For sure. The fact that they get to move is just so big. Are there a lot of Sasha picks on that? Civilization Revolution is a 16-player, I assume FFA, on a massive map. I showed it off a little bit at the start. We can look at it really quickly because there's more people here. It'll be a while before we're covering this. It is a massive map. Everyone starts with a transport copter. Whoa. Oh, this is teleportation tiles. I see. We got teleportation tiles, and everyone starts with an infantry and a transport copter. The way these teleportation tiles work is that they cost 0 movement. So you can enter here and exit anywhere, and it costs you nothing, but you can't stop on them. Yeah, and down here, these HQs are unreachable, so the only victory condition is technically rout, but resign is much more likely. The idea is that you kind of, it's almost like a battle royale. You get to pick where you start. You hop in your transport copter. You can come out anywhere, choose a base, start deploying there. And there's a single comm tower in the center. It's serious FTA. Yeah, it's definitely serious FTA. Yeah, if you... Oftentimes the game will just error if you try and end your unit on a teleportation tile, but if you don't, if it does let you do it, you will just not be able to move that unit. So, don't mess with it. They're glitchy. Immigration FFA just breaks your brain. Imagine getting trapped. That would be very funny. I have to imagine it. Aww. Aww. Okay, so this is round one map for the fog tournament. We were just talking about the round 2. This is the round 1 one, and it has a foot soldier only base here. It's foot soldier only because it's closed in by mountains. So if you built a vehicle, it just wouldn't be able to move. But you could do that. You could build like a pipe runner if you wanted, or a rocket and just turn this into a turret. But you got foot soldier only with another base to capture against a lone base. So I've covered this map before, but basically if this foot soldier only base can lock itself into a combat with the one base over here, then eventually the second base will become up and running and you'll just overrun it. But you can also... So it's kind of a trap for this lone base to really contest the foot soldier only base, fighting for these middle contested properties. Instead, getting these backwards properties, especially going over here for this airport. The central airport's very strong. With these central properties is a big deal. And breaking this pipe seam to help defend your one base is very good. Both players went for Sami, probably just because of the foot soldier only base that kind of feeds into a contested area. So fighting over here is a big deal with infantry. Fighting over here with mechs is a big deal. You get to fight over these mountains to attack this base. It's very good. All right, and achesst is a patron of mine, so I am rooting for them. Randomwayz is a very strong player, though. I don't know if they've entered into the top player echelon, but they have taken games off of top players for sure. Okay, so we'll see how this comes out for the lone base side here. Oh, and also there's a recon that's staring at these double bases. So the lone base does have perfect information about it. Is random up to 1400 plus now? Very nice. It's a floating recon. You can kill this off using either like a copter from the corner airport or some sort of override. Okay. Oh, so chest is going using the solo base to go for this comm tower here. I'm not a huge fan of this because it's gonna require a huge investment to hold this comm tower. Like in this case, achesst can just take it because there's only one thing that can try and interrupt. And Sami gets the nice capture boost. But the solo base really doesn't want to have to invest a whole bunch of infantry trying to hold something in the middle here. Same over here. I think Randomwayz probably would have been better off. I mean, killing off the infantry is nice. Probably would have been better off just finishing these captures and kind of ignoring this and go for it later. Okay, you can see why this is not going to be a good capture to have gone for. These units now are going to go for the money. We have the recon built. But the problem is this infantry just kills this guy off, and then this guy goes for the capture. So it will just net achesst -1 infantry. Ooh, I think that was definitely a mistake by Randomwayz. Could have gone for the comm tower right away, which at worst stops this infantry from going for a capture, which is really good. Randomwayz goes for artillery. Now there's a recon out here, and this guy's now no longer locked down as capturing the city. So maybe achesst will be able to hold this. Unit count is very important. Loving the 0 captures opening. Yeah. Okay. If I will say for achesst, if you're going to go for these more passive capture routes just to get some money, then don't put this guy on the mountain. Instead send it back here to go for this airport right away. You're not going to go for it. You're not going for some early fights right now. And getting this airport up and running will help in this fight for sure. The artillery is a great buy. It has a very safe route to make it to this forest, which helps cover these properties. And it can also be used to break this pipe seam, which lets this base build some heavy vehicles to stop itself from just getting overrun. Okay, comm tower is being gone for now. This recon will be very good at helping over here. Come in, and then comm tower is saved. You can definitely go for a double recon would be viable for fighting off the lone foot soldier base. Otherwise, I would highly recommend going for artillery to try and hold this down, kind of like what Randomwayz did here. Randomwayz decides to go for the comm tower here and this property. It looks like gonna get it. Decides to put the artillery way up here for some reason. I mean, it's safe. I guess it's just trying to guard both of these properties. Okay, now achesst starts heading back with that infantry. We have the recon, strike. And finishes his capture. It would be safer to hit from here. This is a mistake I've made recently in one of my games. To hit from here because achesst sees all of the tiles that could hit this tile. So it's going to be safe to hit from here. this tile is not safe because if there's an infantry on the city, which there probably is, it can hit you. Strike. It can hit you from the forest too. Okay, Chest goes for a tank. I would definitely recommend artillery. The Chest also sees that the tank was built by Randomwayz. We have the secondary bases deciding to kind of invest heavily in going for the center first, which I am fine with. It's going to be pretty much impossible for Randomwayz to hold these properties if achesst really wants to take them. Disappointed by the lack of recon murder. Okay. There we go. The artillery. The artillery is very scary for this one base to deal with because it can get into this forest or even back here, and it's covering across the mountains, which is why you really want to break this pipe seam so you can actually cover this with the vehicle buys. Okay. So Just is keeping up in the income here and just kind of building up massing up a force of mechs. Built another tank. Has the tank strike the pipe seam. If these were artillery instead of tanks, it would be a lot easier to hold over here. The tanks are going to have a hard time in the Sami vs Sami game, where the person who's got tank mech and can afford to go for that double base is going to have a huge advantage in the fight. Okay. Anyways, just trying to hold on here. As long as achesst just like, if achesst just kind of ant trails in here, then the artillery is going to do a great job. If there's a huge unit attack that slams into this one base, then the artillery will just get overrun. Both players really slow to getting to this airport. Also, that was a really slow capture. Okay. Looks like they might move the conflict to the center. I think both of them are very capable of taking this area from each other. But it doesn't look like they feel like that's the case. Which is fine. So we have infantry, double infantry strike. Start moving out into the center here. Alright, now Randomwayz is going to put some pressure over here. But moves the artillery over onto the side here. Okay. I guess just to cover these city caps. Usually you'd want the artillery moving with your kind of foot soldiers to lock this base down. Chest just runs away. Decide to leave the pipe team at 69 health. Oh no, I guess not. This tank came back and hid it. Okay, we have the mechs covering the infantry. A very slow, aggressive approach here. I guess the idea is just to build up a lot of foot soldiers. Randomwayz is getting these little pickoffs, which is a big deal, especially on the one base side for Sami. Just losing an infantry every now and again. All right. So achesst has a nice income lead here. Massive. At the end of Randomwayz's turn, down 2k. We'll see what achesst does with this money. Really just take this area. Anti-air, we have the copter. Okay. Tech ups can be very nice against Sami, especially even as Sami. because mechs are really, really good at dealing with these like base tech vehicles, but they have a hard time dealing with the tech ups alone. The teched up vehicles are just a little too durable for mechs to threaten very efficiently. Okay. Because there's no artillery over here, it's a very safe attack for Randomwayz. And it's going to be pretty difficult for achesst to achieve a similar result at this current deployment turn, or like formation. It'll take at least one turn to kind of get ready to attack into this. And at this point, this artillery has broken this pipe seam. So now this one base is very capable of holding this off just by pumping out really strong vehicles like neo tanks and medium tanks. Especially because there's no artillery with this. Okay, copter going for interrupt there. See how achesst decides to go about this. The units should really try and just collapse onto that. Should really just try and collapse onto this one base side. The reason why this is really bad is because this doesn't stop these captures from Sami. Sami can just take them anyway, but it does leave these tanks vulnerable to getting, or is the base vehicles vulnerable to getting just swatted away by the mechs. You really don't want to just trade literally 5 HP of an infantry for an entire like anti-air or an entire tank. And here I think we're going to have the problem is there's not enough pressure being put on. Like this artillery only has one target, so it can very easily be used to deny this. At least if you're going for like both captures, kind of like what Randomwayz did over here, then the artillery is getting overwhelmed or overloaded. So here, yeah, you can see the tanks are just kind of in a vulnerable spot, but the captures still go through. Now Randomwayz makes up for the income deficit, and with double comm tower, the mech just comes up and one-shots this anti-air. And you can kind of break through here very nicely with artillery backup. Tank. Very scary. Now the one base is already looking like it's about to die. Go for this capture. It's not looking very nice to try and stop that capture. Because the units would have to be very exposed to this army. It has to be 2 hits. And there's no infantry over here. So here and here, that's already striking. Okay, so Randomwayz goes for an anti-air over here, like a second anti-air. Probably just a response to seeing the mechs and also seeing double copter build. I would definitely lean towards medium tank at this point. I think this army doesn't really need that much more reinforcements to kind of win against the one base side after killing off multiple vehicles and being up 2 comm towers to 0. In comes the copter. And this is very good. Getting these kills against the one base is very, very strong. Because these are very difficult for this base to replace, and very easy to replace with soldiers when you have a foot soldier on the base. So anytime you can just trade out like that, it's very good. Mech. So mechs are usually pretty good for defending bases, but it's going to have a hard time in this case because it's not durable enough. You really have to rely on big tanky vehicles that can live a turn. So yeah, you can see both The double vehicle had to be used to save this base, and that just lets Randomwayz kind of trade out an infantry for a tank and an anti-air, which is a very favorable trade. The amount of pressure that Randomwayz was putting on there. And then dives on in here. This is to get the anti-air hit on this copter. I don't think that's worth it. In fact, that's 100% not worth it. Because if we look at the trade here that Randomwayz is going for, it's anti-air infantry to kill a mech and infantry, and then to kill a copter. So there's enough mechs here. You just see these ones in here. That both of these anti-airs are going to die to kill that single copter, and it's going to be a lot of pressure put on this base to resupply these guys. It's just not safe to dive into this kind of attack. This kind of gives achesst a chance to actually overrun this base now, because these are so exposed, and the copter is very easy to replace while these anti-airs are not. There is not a way to calculate. There's not a built-in calculate or power meter in the move planner. You just do it manually with a calculator. It's going to be 50% of the damage you deal in value and 100% of the damage you take in value. It's converted directly into charge. And you can see this one base is about to be completely overrun. We have the bomber built from Randomwayz. So the idea of the bomber is often on this map to just kill the black boat and then you victory march and take it. Achesst has a victory march here, which is going to be nice for completely storming this one base. 1, 2, 3, 4. There isn't anything quite in range of taking it, but it's going to be pretty easy to kill stuff off. It's the copter kill. It will also cost this anti-air its life. It's not diving in, so it's not as bad. Okay. Probably should have taken the conf tower first. Yeah, that's okay. And he gets this capture, and he gets to kill the artillery. It's capture. Arguably, achesst could have tried to hold on to it, the victory march, for one turn to try and victory march the base, but that was probably way too dangerous because Randomwayz would just build like a mega tank or something. Stop that. So now we have the artillery on the way, which is really good. We have the medium tank in to stop the victory march, just taking the space. Response victory march. I thought Randomwayz might hold on to it for a turn because these infantry aren't actually in range of the HQ right now. But he's going to use the bomber to try and hold over here instead. Go for the cities. Got the anti-air storm on through here pretty easily. This is a much better dive in. Copters don't have much support. And I like this move. Make sure to go for the farther in capture and then choose something else to do for this one. Here comes the artillery getting ready to lock down this base. And you can see with this pipe seam still intact, it's very awkward to do anything over here on the defense or otherwise. This bomber was pretty risky. I would expect there to be an anti-air coming at the space because the airport's right here. So it was very risky for Randomwayz to go for this. But I guess he was confident that there wasn't an anti-air. So I'll say I think achesst got the better victory march out of that. but Randomwayz is ending ahead in captures because of diving in. We have the fighter built, which is going to mean probably just not moving this medium tank is what's happening this turn. Because I think if it moves off and then infantry gets built, the infantry just gets cleared. Copter moves on in to get an attack. The mechs approach. Oh, it does step off, trying to block off like so. And coming in for this attack on this infantry, that's fine. I'd probably finish off this guy because he's... Well, no, I agree. Going over here is safer because the copter gets built and you don't really want the copter to get an easy attack over here. There's also the bomber. Yeah, it's fine. But this is looking very good for Randomwayz. This looks like this base is potentially going to hold because there wasn't anything to deal with the bomber. Over here looks very, very dire. As soon as these two artillery get over, this base will just be locked. Went for the hit on the copter. Sure. Debatably, you'd want to heal this up instead. But with another one coming in, that's fine. You'd want to heal it down because it's the only thing stopping this airport from producing copters. But if you have another one on the way, that's totally fine. You can see Randomwayz is not afraid to leave open a tile to hit this infantry from, because it's just a free unit to pick off. Like the medium tank could stop this with the infantry backup, and then the medium tank just stops. You knew he didn't have one in range. Gotcha. So yeah, this is looking like it's going to hold pretty nicely. The mech does get a nice strike there. We do have the artillery locking down, but the amount of units attacking into the base has been diminished by a lot. And a single artillery will not be too scary for Randomwayz to deal with. Although a mega tank is not on the table without joins. Okay. Looks like achesst will be able to take these cities back. Or at least one of them back. Unless Randomwayz puts on a lot of pressure. Ooh, the medium tank comes back. He's going to suck up the double artillery shot. It's going to be a very unhappy medium tank. Very unhappy medium tank. And then the double time just to kill off this infantry and make sure that something can step on the base. So at this point, I don't see any really good joins to get the mega tank, but there's only one artillery here, so neo tank or medium tank will be enough to hold the base. And if only one player has the one base fall and the other one doesn't, then it's going to be game over very quickly, especially because this airport's also falling. Bomber gets out of there. It anticipates the incoming attack. Prevent technique. And the chest goes for the pipe runner into resign after not being able to get the trade of bases. GG. I think achesst had the right idea with going for the center early to get that nice income lead. There just wasn't enough. The attack against the one base was really slow, and there wasn't enough of the indirects with it. Let's go, Mr.Wayz! Hey, it's achesst! But that was a pretty good game. The there was definitely some mistakes, but one player didn't get completely overrun in like 12 days. It was a back and forth, and there was some pretty good holds there. I was pretty surprised that it wasn't an HQ cap, but when the bomber got built there, but that's okay. Saving the base was also a good thing. GG. Next we have Mr.Ko. Going back to the round 2 map. The Von Bolt mirror. Okay. All the tourney games, yeah. That was your goal from the start? Yeah, you got to punish Randomwayz some. GG. Okay. So everything I was saying about the map before kind of holds for Von Bolt. There's not going to be the same kind of hyper-aggression that Sturm was able to go for, but the pipe seams are going to be a very big part of possible reinforcement routes. If both players ignore the pipe seams, then they're kind of not going to matter, but the person who is kind of pushing past the middle line and extending is going to benefit the most from the pipe seams being broken. So you would expect that to happen when aggression starts showing its head. We have a tank first from Shadow Fox. No vehicles yet from Mr.Ko. This is something that you can do a lot in Fog, especially on really big maps, is you can just delay your vehicle purchases, because oftentimes very early vehicles won't actually end up doing anything. They'll just kind of stand around and wait a few turns before the action kind of happens around them. So instead what you can do is just get more infantry out and then build a wave of vehicles. And then you'll have more infantry on the front lines, and then the vehicles can still show up in time for the fronts to kind of match each other and the fighting starts. So that's what Mr.Ko is doing here. Ooh. Very dangerous to do this as Shadow Fox. So built a tank first at the first possible turn, and then used it to attack a pipe seam. That would tell Mr.Ko exactly what Shadow Fox has been doing. That it was tank first, it was from over here, and the tank is right here. So if Mr.Ko had been going for like recon harassment, they would just dive in, no fear. As is, what this means is that Mr.Ko can be very relaxed in vehicle buys. Decides not to be, decides to build the tank in response to the tank. It's fine. And then we go for artillery to break the pipe seams. It looks like Shadow Fox does it again. So this tells Mr.Ko it's been double tank turn, double tank buys. Either that or the tanks just sat there and fired again, which is not very likely. So Mr.Ko should have absolutely no fear with moving in over here. Like this infantry can charge forward. It's totally fine. Okay. Looks like, again, going for the hit. This will eventually break it with just tank fire. It'll be really slow, but every time this happens, if Mr.Ko is checking the replay and checking the pipe seam health, it should be telling him exactly what Shadow Fox has. Which is not something you want to do in Fog. because you leave yourself open to being like heavily punished. Okay. Just from the opening. Like, Mr.Ko should know that this corner is going to be really, really weak. No vehicle got sent over here, but that's something you could do in reaction to the tank buys. It also gives you the information as soon as the tanks strikes stop over here, you know a tank wasn't bought. You're sad neither player went for the HQ cheese this game. The HQ cheese is definitely more of a Sturm thing because the Sturm recons can support it very well. Okay. So Mr.Ko has been using the artillery here to break this pipe seam. Which Shadowfox should also see is that an artillery is built. It just broke this down, which should give the information that the opening that Mr.Ko is going for is going to be a lot slower. Because artillery is, of course, a vehicle buy, and it's not out on the field. It's instead breaking pipe seams. Very bold. Okay. Goes for the tank first strike here. Very bold to go for this comm tower. There'd be pretty much no way that Mr.Ko isn't ready for this after seeing these attacks. But it's quite possible that Shadowfox just doesn't. Or wasn't thinking that Mr.Ko is watching those. Which is also possible, especially early on in the game. Some players just don't watch the replay. I would highly recommend that even early on, you just click the replay button. And if nothing's happened, it will just end. Like, the replay will be over right away, so it's not going to waste so much time. But it'll give you some really, really good insight on what could possibly be happening. It's fine to go back and heal with this guy, and then just use both of these tanks to kill this tank. You could also go tank and then tank. And then maybe go first strike over here. Is fine. Brings the copter on over. Looks like Shadowfox is building up a pretty sizable copter force. And if copters attack in waves, like a wave of copters, they can be pretty brutal. Because if like 3 copters come in and kill like a tank and a half, and then they have some tank support in the back, it's like on its way to catch up or attacks with it. And then there's only 1 anti-air, so it kills like a copter, and then the tanks kill the anti-air, and then there's 2 copters left to fight the rest of the army. That can be very, very difficult to deal with. Which is part of the benefit of having copters kind of build up in a wave. The downside of that is that the copters are not in the fight while they're building up. Okay, we have just a huge infantry brawl down here, which is beneficial for Mr.Ko. Because this is the 2 base side, so there's just going to be more units available in comparison. But Shadowfox is kind of forced to fight this because of the comm tower and not wanting to lose it. Okay, we have the artillery in place to cover this comm tower. The recon is a little bit out there, but there are a lot of vehicles covering it. Nice recon buy from Mr.Ko hitting down here. This is probably should have happened quite a while ago. But it's good that it's happening now. Pretty much as soon as you see multiple tanks being built up here, then you can use recon harassment down here in response. Shadowfox diving on in. Does get the hit on this artillery, which is nice, but very exposed units, no good to do so. Actually, probably shouldn't have gone for the artillery hit because this artillery can only hit this copter sees the copter here, still goes in for this attack on the city. A little too aggressive for my liking. In Fog, you often want to escalate the engagement unless you know for sure that you have an overwhelming force. So you just like send in these infantry, for instance, and then you see what does your opponent react with. And if they overcommit, kind of like what Shadow Fox does here, overcommits into this attack, then you can punish that by using your entire force to get a whole bunch of vehicle first strikes. As we can see, and all these vehicles will die. These will look very good for the winner of the brawl. I think there was a term. It was a term coined by Zeronix / Everdan. Was the fog escalation, combat escalation, where it's, you know, I send a couple infantry and then you have to send in more units to wipe out my attacking force, and then I send even more of my units in to wipe out yours, and it just builds up over time until the entire armies are brawling together. But if you go in with everything and just try and do a sudden strike, then you can end up miscalculating very easily. Overcommit and then get wiped out in response. So it can be very delicate, especially if you don't have very good vision information about what your opponent's army is. Very good to fall back here for Shadow Fox. So if you get kind of wiped out like that, falling back is really, really good, because now your reinforcements can catch up with your army, and if your opponent wants to chase you, they're outrunning their reinforcements. So it's like a double whammy. You get +1 turn of reinforcements, and your opponent gets -1 turn of reinforcements. So suddenly the army that's chasing you can be a lot weaker, and then you can kind of have like a counter wipeout, which is something that you'll often see in like I'd say like 1300, 1400 fog games, where they can be like very, very back and forth because of that. I mean, it can happen at any level. It's just very very typical. That's kind of like the classic way to play Fog, with a lot of this fallback, get the reinforcements, the other person overextends, and you wipe them out. If you ever play against some of the older players, like Zeronix, like or Master of Math, that's going to be something you're going to see a lot. It's kind of like the feign back and then strike in. It's a very strong strategy. But if you don't follow, if you just decide to consolidate and go for like capture that you're fighting over and not chase them down, then it can be a little bit awkward. So very good that Mr.Ko didn't follow. And now you can see Shadow Fox is like, I guess I have to go in to stop the capture. Mr.Ko is just front switching. Kept the units in range to attack back if Shadow Fox kind of tries to take the comm tower, but is doing a front switch. So if Shadow Fox just stayed back and is building up forces expecting Mr.Ko to follow, then suddenly the other side of the map can just get hit hard and wiped out. Mr.Ko did float 10k, which is a lot. It's probably anticipation of needing to build some heavy units for a magnet. We'll see what Mr.Ko has plans for here. And you can see there's like nothing over here that can deal with any amount of vehicle pressure. This can all get wiped out from the front switch. The only thing is, I think Mr.Ko does not really want to move up here. And just kind of fall back, let the infantry pool up. And when the vehicles front switch back with the reinforcements kind of leading them over here, you have a nice pool of different infantry to use to fight. The Neo Tank build is still floating 6k, so potentially build like a Neo Tank Artillery or Neo Tank Recon probably for next turn. So it's definitely a good idea to attack in when you see a whole bunch of units hit you on the other side of the map. It's kind of impossible for your opponent to have enough to fight your main army and have their main, like a huge number of vehicles hitting you elsewhere. In this case, the copter's not going to be safe, but the medium will be safe. Although at this point, Mr.Ko is very far ahead, so it's no longer going to be a safe call to say that your main fighting force can deal with the offshoots of their army. We have the Neo Tank go way into the corner. I don't like this. But we have the magnet built. I'd much rather just have it start moving out onto the field. But Mr.Ko is making a magnet. The problem with this is that it is a magnet that's going to stop your front line from getting hit, but it's also costing you a whole Neo Tank and tank of and then 10k of reinforcements that now, after they stop being stunned, will be in the very far corner of the map. There's a huge delay. So I'd rather just have the magnet kind of start moving forward, because you also don't know if your opponent's actually super. Like in this case, it looks like Shadow Fox decided not to use their super. I don't know. Well, if you're going to use your super, I would probably recommend doing it right away for the increased stats. So it doesn't look like Shadow Fox decided to go for a magnet here, so the super is just going to hit the front lines, and that will mean that there'll be pretty much nothing to stop any of these aggressive captures, assuming Mr.Ko goes for the super. Looking like they might, or he might not, because it does hit here. Damn. A lot of damage. Copters are now coming in to take these guys down now that they can't move and they're injured. Another Neo Tank. This is the danger of having your front lines hit. Not only are they like injured units on the front lines so they can be killed off, but now they're stuck on the front lines for a whole turn, and your opponent has a whole has time to just set up a kill move, and then Shadow Fox resigns after that. I think that's pretty fair. Did a pretty good job of actually stopping this comm tower from ever being captured, but had to lose a lot of units in order to accomplish that. And as we can see down here, was really weak. So Mr.Ko could just come in with a recon and some infantry. And then once this gets hit by the Ex Machina, it's pretty much GG. Next turn, they're going to get killed off. But GG. Nice magnet. I would prefer if the magnet kind of moved forward so it's not ending up in the corner when it's done. But the idea of not having it hit the front lines is very key. GG. And that was a very different game on the same map there. Next we have a Kantbei game. Kantbei against LordFrognaros. Jess versus Jess. It's a bold strategy. Okay. I'll make Kantbei into the pain. But Kantbei is a strong player. They're actually the person that I played to become the #1 in Fog. They were the match. That put me over the edge back in the day. They're very good. Lord Clefairy is a little bit more of a newcomer, from my understanding, and they're also very good. Kantbei's Jess is always fun to watch. We will see. We'll see. Kantbei is known for openings. You watched the Go7 match? Nice, nice. Jess may be bottom tier as a CO, but she's top tier as waifu. Jess is better in Fog than she is in Standard. In Standard, there's a lot of infantry engagements and just infantry kind of fighting infantry. And in that case, she's hurt a lot. But in Fog, that's not as big of a deal. So she's definitely helped out by just the nature of Fog and Fog maps in general. I would expect recons from Kantbei, but it looks like that's not what we're getting. Neither player goes for the early recon. Ooh, Kantbei's going for very fast artillery. So on this map, Scavenger, my least favorite map, in Fog, the fronts are very divided. There's kind of a front down here that's focusing on taking this HQ, and then there's a front up here focusing on taking this HQ. And the early artillery buys can either be used to break these pipe seams very quickly so that you have a direct reinforcement route to go after their HQ, or they can be used to just go for the HQ right away and try and kill off this black boat. Go7 basically passed a law forbidding his opponent from having full HP infantry. That's the Sturm recon pressure. So a few openings are possible on this map. There is a T-copter opening. It's not the best, but tank first is common to just kind of be a very generalized opening that may harass, may defend. Recon opening is very, very common. There's this city over here at the edge that if you can stop it from being captured from the initial infantry investment, it'll be very hard to capture later on in the game. So a recon can be used to harass over here, or it can be used to be brought up and harass over here while also providing vision of how your opponent is deploying. These central cities tend to be the first ones that may be contested. Artillery can be used in the forest to kind of secure this capture, or it can be used across this sea tile to defend this capture. The kind of dividing line down this map goes like so. We're very contested in the middle, and then very contested right here, and there's contested-ish properties in front of the HQ. But this is going to be a key property that often can switch hands. These are key properties. This one's semi-possible to lose. Battleships can sometimes show up on this map to try to defend the HQ. We will see how Kantbei is going about this. We have the artillery right here, which might be to break the pipe seam. It's also the full 5 movement, so it might just be hitting out towards the middle. We have tank first from Lord Clefairy, or the more standard opening, I'd say. It's like a generalist opening. Okay, so the artillery is breaking this pipe seam right away. If Lord Clefairy is watching the replays, or even just mousing over the pipe seam, should realize that Kantbei went for an artillery first. Like so. Almost broken through. You see Kantbei's going for this contested property very early. Cool. Oh, okay. So Lord Clefairy is also aware of how contested these properties are. So instead of going for the city right in front of this infantry, decides to head down here to get vision of this. Make sure that Kantbei is not trying to sneak it. Goes for a very fast battlecopter for Jess. Jess battlecopters are slightly weaker than your regular battlecopter, but they will get the job done, no problem. Okay, so Kantbei went for this, but sadly this artillery is not actually in range of defending this capture. This tank is, though. Double tank is. The recon buy is way back here, so... Oh my gosh. Lord Clefairy did not go for the interrupt on the central property. I do not like that. This is kind of a big deal to not let your opponent just kind of take. We'll see if Lord Clefairy kind of gets away with this city trade. Now Kantbei is known for playing on mobile and known for not necessarily watching the replay. So if Kantbei is paying attention, then he'll know that this is being captured. Although it looks like there isn't actually a way to stop it other than stopping his own capture. So it might just straight up be a city trade, and we'll see how the artillery gets used to maybe try and take this back. Or not take it back, but just take it. We have tank infantry. Clear this off, making sure the tanks are covering each other. I'd probably prefer to have the tank attack from the plains, but I can understand wanting the not let the opponent hit from the forest, because I think it's more awkward with trying to cover. Okay, very, very tank heavy. Kantbei. Lord Clefairy did get away with just trading bases here. Has the tank down here to stop Kantbei from going for these harassments. Kantbei's gone for a very central presence here. Looks like Lord Clefairy might be building up a central one as well. Okay. Next attack in, bring the whole army together. This is kind of like the death ball strategy. And the way this works is you can be very, very belligerent with your army if all of your units are together, because it's impossible for your opponent to have more forces that you're up against. At worst, you're going to be up against an equal number of units. Kind of up in their faces. Inviting a brawl. In this case, Lord Clefairy, no fear. I would not recommend this at all in Fog. Never, never, never attack into an army with just a copter. That is inviting to just lose that copter, like for free, basically, for half a tank. An anti-air will kind of hit it. The kind of rule of thumb is you build an anti-air at like day 7. You can kind of see Lord Clefairy has an anti-air. So if Lord Clefairy was expecting Kantbei to be playing like Lord Clefairy is, this would be a dead copter. Sami is best Advanced Wars waifu though. Chest believes there's many top tier waifus. Illyrian says Sasha top waifu. Okay. looks like Kantbei might be doing a front switch down here. Just trying to run away from the copter. Just leave me alone. Has his own copter to the block, and then here comes the anti-air. Looks so we can see they just divided the map perfectly down this line. Oh, we do have some harassment over here. It's pretty safe harassment too. If you see the whole army shift down here, then definitely attack on the other side. Right now, it looks like Lord Kaferi is kind of setting up the possibility of an HQ race. If Kantbei attacks this way, Lord Kaferi attacks this way, then it'll just be whoever HQ falls last. Oh, it looks like Kantbei is not interested in that. Try and match the fighting over here. This is like that escalation thing. You don't send everything all at once unless you have like really good hits. Just invest a tiny bit. And your opponent has to send a bunch of units to hit those units. And then use the rest of your army to wipe out those attackers. Kantbei, super death ball. Strong side, weak side kind of mentality. Very little over here. And this can sometimes work out very nicely too, where even if your opponent like takes these properties for free, if you wipe out their entire army with minimal losses, it will take them a very, very long time to make these property captures matter in comparison to how much they lose. How goes the apple supply? I've got a good number of apples. There's a lot of waifu battles in the chat, okay. Alright, Kantbei has enough charge for a normal power. Took a lot of damage that turn, but a lot of units are also in position to potentially strike in. Let's see. We have an artillery strike, kill off a full health tank. Get some nice infantry on infantry engagements. Uses the anti-air to clear the city. So it doesn't save it to try to deal with the copter. I guess the idea is I can just deal with the copter later. Does end up sending a single tank down here to try and harass. Nice tank on tank attack. I would probably have focused on I don't know if I would have sent the tank over here. It's definitely understandable to me, so it saves the city, and there's some nice kills to go for. But the problem here is that the 2-hit KOs are kind of used up, or possible 2-hit KOs. So there's no further breakthrough without investing and breaking down this line. Which Kantbei is going to go for to interrupt that capture. That's like almost a really strong attack. There was no breakthrough to kind of get to the mushy center, which means that Lord Kaferi is still going to have quite a few units in the background there. It might end up being a you use normal power, I use super kind of situation, which would be very painful. Here comes the super. 3 vehicles were used before it came into play, though. So we'll see how much it can do. It does get kind of a nice breakthrough into the nice juicy center, taking out the artillery. Takes out the tank. Takes out the anti-air. Or let's do that too. And also secures this capture. Okay, that wasn't too bad for Kantbei. Losing the artillery sucks, but the copter is totally fine to be so it can be used in a KO combo, and the anti-air after this copter. Ooh, doesn't get to a KO combo. Extra defense too strong. Oh, 6 health infantry is enough to finish it off though. Fall back. Anti-air takes a shot. Blocks this off so there's no 2-hit KO. And right now, Kantbei's thinking, it's fine, I'll lose this city, and then I can just take it back once I use these small vehicle investments to wipe out the infantry in the area. Air tank recon. Okay. So now they're kind of stuck in a brawl. We'll see who comes out on top of it. Most of the time the brawls in Fog aren't very game deciding. It's more just a huge like pool of resources that people just dump cash into. And what's really going to win the game is whoever can kind of can spare enough to win on these sides. Looks like they actually just traded cities. Wild. Kantbei does have a power event here. Does get the city. Decides to keep the brawl up. Copter goes for the tank. Tank finishes off tank. He's in range of this artillery, although I don't think he saw it. Finish off that tank. Copter hits, or anti-air hits copter. I don't think that was worth it. Probably better to just heal up that anti-air to 4. So that with a power, you can do a lot more than just 2 damage. Check these guys doing. Okay. Brawl keeps going. Here takes out the copter, artillery takes out the tank. Almost gonna come down to just like infantry fighting each other in the Jess fight, which should be pretty funny. But this anti-air over here that healed up is gonna get a nice hit. The reinforcing anti-air is gonna get a nice hit. It looks like Lord Caperi is getting a pretty solid foothold over here. But you can see that on the flip side over here, Kantbei is also getting a solid foothold with far less investment. Ooh, Lord Caperi straight into Neo-Tank. And the attack on the HQ can take a long time to actually start being beneficial, as if the artillery gets taken out of this. Otherwise, the artillery could break this down. But there you can see, so I'll say 4 health anti-air does 8 damage in comparison to just 2 from 2 health. But this is with the super low. Acting with the tank, starts getting these captures. Does see the tank over here. See how Kantbei decides to deal with that. The infantry. Oh my gosh, actually got that kill. 3 health infantry finishes it off. This tank hasn't done anything. It can hit a tank. It's always kind of iffy if you want to go for tank hits like this because you open yourself up to just getting hit by the reinforcements. Does go for the tank for a strike over here, which looks very nice. Does go for that strike too. That's what I was saying with like the reinforcements just pick you off. Or in this case, the reinforcement went all the way over here. I'm not quite sure what happened, but it looks like Lord Keferi has a little bit of a gap. Oh, it's just because of the Neo fight. In the number of forces that can be invested in this fight. It is definitely like an overextension once you start crossing this line. It takes you longer to get to the fight than your opponent does. Than for your opponent. The Neo tank. It's going to be tough to deal with. So there's a... Or, I don't know if it actually happened or not. Okay, it was repaired. Okay, I was going to say it's not going to be good if this doesn't get repaired first, but it does get repaired first to help with this tank fight, but it looks like the tank is still going to come out on top. And now this is going to force a whole nother vehicle that has to be sent down here. As this recon is going to start wreaking havoc. Wow. Tank goes down, fills up these infantry. Brawls ongoing. And Kantbei is making sure to have the tank hit as far away from the reinforcements as possible. Slowly move this fight closer and closer to his own bases. At this point, Lord Keferi has huge, like, look at how far away the reinforcements have to be now. 3 turns to get over here. It's just 2 turns for Kantbei. Tank has to be sent down here. I think Kantbei saw the Neo tank now. So there's gonna be like, what does Kantbei do to respond to that? Also, there's only 1 infantry with this attacking force now. Kantbei falls back against the Neo tank, does triple infantry battlecopter. So that's to save up enough money. Probably to build a Neo tank of his own. Maybe a bomber. And Kantbei can definitely get away with falling back a lot if there's just a single infantry. Because even if these vehicles kind of own this area, they can't capture the properties. I think there was a Reimer game a while back where Reimer just killed off all the infantry and then just left the army to do what it wants. Okay, so it looks like Kantbei's kind of decided this is going to turn into an HQ race. Which is going to be good for Kantbei because there's only 1 infantry over here. This one's on its way. But it's not good because there isn't artillery with this army. So, while it will take a while for an infantry to actually start capping this, the black boat will fall very quickly. Kantbei attacks in. Jess has the plus 10% firepower boost on vehicles, so always going to have that 2-hit KO as long as there's a comm tower. Very slow front switch. Kantbei should probably build a battleship at this point. Try and hold the HQ. There isn't an artillery with this attack for Kantbei, so even if Kantbei overwhelms this army, which looks very feasible, the black boat will take quite a while to die. So instead, Kantbei might just kill off some of these forward units and then front switch back to save his own HQ. Sees the approaching infantry, so knows the timeline he's got. Decides to keep going forward, which I do not agree with. There's no way to kill the black boat off easily. There's just no way you're going to win the HQ race. Goes for the rocket. Ah, I see. It's going to be rocket plus super, maybe? Yeah, rocket plus super, so the rocket can make it to this tile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and cover the HQ. So, pretty much the same idea with the battleship, but a lot cheaper. Triple tank from Clefairy. Clefairy is not in the same mindset of HQ race necessarily. Definitely feels like holding off this army is very feasible. Alright, so Kantbei gets this property, has gotten a lot of money off of this. Approach. And then decides to send in the infantry. I would probably back off. I mean, these attacks are pretty decent. Because I would expect my opponent to have some reinforcements. Zooming on in here, gonna get some nice kills. Rocket is in place, and then this infantry actually blocks the way very nicely. Tank kills tank. Recon comes on in. Tank kill, or Neo-Tank kills tank. Copter plus anti-air. Very nice. So it's kind of looking like Lord Clefairy is going to be able to fight this off. And then Kantbei is going to be able to fight this off. And it'll come down to how quickly can Lord Clefairy actually recapture the lost properties. Which doesn't look very easy at the infantry counts that Lord Clefairy has right now. I'll expect Kantbei to kind of sacrifice infantry to kill off / seriously injure Lord Clefairy's own infantry. And then just win kind of economically. I think has to fall back. Killed off the recon over here, but not the tank. Yeah, okay. Making sure to target down infantry. Rocket moves forward. Tank stops the captures. As artillery is in, it's safe in the trees for now, but it's gonna have a hard time getting out of there. Kantbei also with the T-copter, very nice build. Yeah, definitely fall back. It's like kill off as many infantry as you can, and then fall back. Preserve that nice unit count while stopping their capabilities of the cities that they're going to win over with their army. The tank comes forward, takes out that tank. The artillery makes a run for it. So far the rocket was more of a safety maneuver so far. It didn't actually end up getting to save the HQ. But it was ready. Ooh, Kantbei attacking into the reinforcements. Very gutsy. And then this is not a very favorable Neo-Tank first strike because there's artillery behind it. But he can kind of just set up almost like a attempt to contain the units until there's enough stuff to break through. Lots of copters being built. Lord Clefairy should also get a T-copter at this point because the infantry counts on the front lines are looking really bad. Trying to make a run for it. Skirt along the top here. Ooh. Okay, I like the idea here. It's the Kantbei is front switched all the way up here to try and catch my retreating force. So instead, I'll try and pick off as many stragglers as I can. Definitely needs a transport copter like APCs or something. Infantry count looking very grim. The rocket gets its first damage. I think Kantbei knew about both copters. Could have killed them both. That's okay. Well, Kantbei doesn't typically watch the replays so much, so that would probably be why. Yeah, gets a nice attack in here. Tanks get to take out this artillery turbocharge. I don't like this turbocharge. This does not seem like a very valuable one. It's only going to let this tank hit that artillery. It does also give just a stat boost, which is good. Well, very aggressive. Counter turbocharge from Lord Clefairy. Oh, the stat boost mattered there. I think that probably could have killed. And then the tank would have been able to come in and hit the rocket, which would hurt a lot. As is, it looks like Kantbei's going to have a very nice turn. The rocket strike to clear that out. It has copter or Neo-Tank tank to attack here. You could also pin it in with just cheap units. Looks like he's deciding how he wants to deal with that. Copter did not attack it. Neo-Tank didn't attack it. Neither did the tank. Just completely front switch away from it. Not a huge fan of that, but okay. Did try and lock this guy down. Just ignore it, it'll go away. I think does get anti-air. It's no longer on its own city, so that might have been what Kantbei was waiting for. We do have the breakthrough to hit the rocket. Ooh, even kills the rocket. The artillery does get some nice counter damage here, though. And while Lord Clefairy has started to get some more of these captures, still behind by 4K. And now the recon's over here to start interrupting. Copters take out the copter. Attacking force has been eliminated. Neotank unscratched though. Okay, another Neotank. Buys purchase of choice. Right. The infantry counts is 11 for Kantbei, only 8 for LordFrognaros. Another Neotank. Okay. You can see here. You can see Kantbei able to. Well, even though he retreated from over here like 5 turns ago, like this city is still not captured, just because of how few infantry were around. This is so evenly matched. Okay, Kantbei's reverting back into the kind of death ball strategy, making sure to replace the T-copter. Very, very aware of how important the infantry counts are with these late game armies. Anti-airs do get to zoom on in here. And looks like LordFrognaros sees the Neotank first strike for it. Just something that Kantbei is going to be totally fine with, because he has his own Neotank in the back here that's fresh, and the artillery is covering this. This might be GG on Kantbei's turn with the Jess super, while also putting really nice capture harassment up here, or just captures. In comes the Neotank, decides to target down the anti-airs so that these 2 copters can do as they will. I would definitely have gone for this capture after my opponent invested so much in attacking in the center. Surprised he retreated with this 2 health tank. They could probably have been used in some capacity. Down goes the Neotank. Wow, actually gonna get this the city for at least a little bit from Kantbei. Although there's plenty of infantry around to just take it back pretty quickly. Tank, making sure to try and fight backwards. Take the stragglers and kind of try and move the fight towards the reinforcements. That does not look very safe to me, but okay. I'd prefer to have the Neotank further back. In this case, it's, I think, trying to guard the artillery. We'll see if Kantbei decides to go for the first strike. It would probably be a good idea, considering there's a lot of backup. But he could also get away with just ignoring, like waiting a turn for more units to show up. I guess didn't want to deal with the artillery hit overextending. Down here, see, it's always that pressure on the sidelines. It's not the main fight. The pressure on the sidelines will win you the game. LordFrognaros attacks in again. This is going to be another negative trade for a similar reason. Okay. It's going to be almost just GG at this point. Everything that LordFrognaros has is over here, and I can kind of just kill it all off while also threatening these captures. These guys really should step forward. And LordFrognaros resigns there. I mean, at that point, you're losing the main fight, and there's no way to protect your captures on the sides. It's GG, game over. Very, very nicely played, and we really got to see on Scavenger how there's that huge gap between the fronts and how you can turn into an HQ race and you can front switch over it. I think that's why it's very, very popular map, but it's not quite my thing. We have another Randomwayz game. LordFrognaros versus Randomwayz. Randomwayz repping the Penguins. Right to the left. Okay, this is The Hills Have Eyes. This is a map that Kantbei made. And it's kind of focused early on with trying to take these like peninsula areas. Okay, use your starting landers to deploy over here very quickly, and then you use your bases to work your way up here. Usually the peninsulas will flip, and then once that happens, all of the fighting will happen in the middle. There's different ways you can approach the map. You can do like a minimal investment on the peninsula and then invest more heavily in the center, which is kind of like a late game idea. You're just going to accept the fact that you're going to lose the peninsula, but you'll give yourself a better position later on, because these captures are very easy to go for at the start and then very difficult once the armies are just staring at each other. Oh, there's another thing on this map. You can see that you have these starting infantry to kind of give vision of these general areas, but they have shoals, so they can be picked up by boats. And I have a dream for this map, which is that you use your lander and you snake your way through here through the harbor, pick up this infantry and drop it off and take this airport before your opponent kind of catches on. Usually what happens is that this player builds a transport copter and takes this airport, and this player transport copter takes this airport. But it is possible to instead take it for yourself. When you get spotted by the mountain infantry, this one? Oh, this one? Yeah. I mean, if nothing else, they'll detect the fact that the lander's not moving back and forth. Okay, so Randomwayz is going for the kind of more classic opening here, where LordFrognaros is almost there with the dream. There's just one more tile. I can make it here because it's streak. Just one more tile that Randomwayz could possibly block at, but would have to interrupt this capture to do so. It could be that Randomwayz did not catch on to what happened with this land. Looks like that's what happened. We'll see it now. An artillery can be built to lock down this airport. Wow, really slow deployment from Randomwayz. Usually, like first infantry you can, you send over here. Looks like this is going to wait till the whole infantry drop off. You can also have your lander go this way if you want, and pick up this infantry and potentially sneak the airport. Okay. Randomwayz does go for the artillery. And it starts dropping off over here. And then during this, because LordFrognaros is not using the lander to go for this peninsula, instead it's just focused on taking the aggressive captures in the middle. Now, if LordFrognaros was Sami at this point against Sonja, the airport would be capturable. But in this case, Randomwayz should be able to stop the airport capture. Okay, but yeah, you can see if you're not using the lander to go for the peninsula, you get the much better position in the center in comparison to someone who does, just because your infantry go down here instead of over here. Dream is so close. Yeah, gets shot. This infantry is kind of forced to stay in this harbor, so this is delaying the capture phase of Randomwayz as well. Because if the infantry kind of moves out of the way, then this guy can stand into this really annoying spot, or even sneak through here and potentially pick up this guy. Continues the capture. Made sure the lander came back to watch the fall of the infantry. Okay. And then LordFrognaros here should start investing with vehicles to head down into this peninsula and just take it over. Dream is dead. It was so close to happening. Here we go. Here comes the vehicles. Center is very, very securely in LordFrognaros' hands. And then all of these captures that Randomwayz is going for, it's going to be really hard to hold on to these once the bases really start trying to take the peninsula. A single lander is just not enough. But this was a pretty scary drop-off, so we'll see if LordFrognaros has the patience. There we go. Yeah, just let the vehicles build up, and then you can take the peninsula pretty safely. Pretty soon, Randomwayz is going to start. Here's some nice pickoffs. Start getting an advantage from having the peninsula, but that advantage will kind of shrink away very quickly once they trade peninsulas, because every time LordFrognaros will get one of these captures, it's going to hit doubly hard because they were Randomwayz's. Or over here, he's getting captured by Randomwayz. It doesn't hurt LordFrognaros at all. This infantry on the run. Not quite sure. Oh, I guess it's moving there to stay out of the vision. I guess it actually works even against them. Oh no. Randomwayz is hunting down this poor infantry. Okay. Very, very patient approach here. Oh, the tanks have decided to come over to fight in the middle. Rocket's gonna get built. And then this is also, we just have the lines starting to develop in the center here. This is also Drake versus Sonja. And Drake definitely has a favorable matchup here because his powers actually help quite a bit in the fights, and the mass damage is going to hurt. It's going to mess up Sonja's attacks even more than usual. However, the vision minus that Rain gives to players won't hit Sonja too hard. Rick actually has CO powers. Pretty much. Not sending any tanks down here, though, is going to make this much harder than it needs to be to win this peninsula. Maybe it was just a little too slow on this, on the collapse down here. Down quite a few, which you don't like to see. There was a lot of really good pickoffs by Randomwayz in this initial fight. Kind of caught LordFrognaros trying to take this peninsula. Okay. Infantry are lining up. The rocket was such a spicy buy. I think this is probably a mistake from Randomwayz. Might as well finish the capture. It's not a huge deal if LordFrognaros gets this. Just take it later. But I mean, this also is fine. It's like an equal trade of money, kind of. Okay, the fight in the center has started. Rocket has revealed itself. Let's the tank come in and get a nice hit on this artillery. Right. Frognaros just hits back over here. Has the Copter Plus infantry to get this airport. Realizes that there's quite a lot invested down here. So now is the time to strike on the other side. The other front. Fall back. Randomwayz has a pretty good unit value advantage here, but still actually down in income just because of how it is up 2 comp towers to 0. Just because of how nicely positioned LordFrognaros is with the central properties. Huge, like really farly extended, very extended Randomwayz here. These tanks. It does get the super off though, so this does mean that for one sees almost the entire map, and also will get the first strike in any engagement. Which will help in these brawls. Rocket takes a step forward. Didn't unload with the lander for some reason. Recons. Got the infantry. 2 damage on the rocket, my gosh. Starts moving forward. Traps these tanks in. Brings some tanks back. Decides to sacrifice this anti-air in order to get the super. So the nice thing about the super is, of course, it's going to do a ton of damage to Randomwayz's value. It's like 30k or like 25k, but it also injures all of the infantry, which means that they don't have that capture potential. That must be why this didn't unload, was to save it from the rain damage. Yeah, this is was definitely a very large overextension by Randomwayz on the peninsula here, which might actually just lose the peninsula. Straight up, we shall see. Oh, drops off an artillery. Okay. Now, these properties are probably gonna fall. It's gonna take a little while. Gives LordFrognaros some time to potentially interrupt them. In the meantime, just comes down here, kills off the rocket. To kill off these tanks. I'm not sure why this artillery didn't fire. We should have fired with that first. Kills off the mech, and this is why, like, you're just gonna lose the peninsula, even with constant vehicle reinforcements from this lander. You just can't hold it. And now these guys kind of have to, like, this artillery can stay and shoot this tank if it wants, but then the artillery dies. They kind of have to hop back in the lander and escape. Okay. So these might fall, though. In fact, they're going to fall. LordFrognaros has decided time to give up the slight, or the nice central advantage. Take out the peninsula. Come back. When it comes to giant death balls of units staring at each other, Drake definitely has the advantage there. Okay. Artillery is in trouble. It's an interesting mech boost. Okay. I'd start investing in either some more like indirects for LordFrognaros to hold down this line, or some heavy vehicles that are going to be really annoying for Randomwayz to deal with. Going for the bomber for Randomwayz, very nice. Sonja bombers are really difficult to kill off when the Sonja super is online. It looks like Randomwayz is going to settle with just having the lander sit on this harbor and deny this property. Although it's not going to be very cost effective as soon as this artillery is able to start pelting this down. Yeah, now this artillery dies. And now these units can go back to fighting in the center. So we do have the comm towers now in LordFrognaros' hand for the first time. Oh, that's true. This lander is blocking this backwards airport cap forever until something kills it off or runs out of fuel in many turns. LordFrognaros is trying to push engagement over here in the center. Let's see how this kind of escalates. A single infantry split forward on a capture. You have to send some stuff to kill it. Bomber just went straight to the middle. Infantry plus artillery, they're just going to keep shelling this lander. We have the rocket. Usually if you were going to go for a rocket, you'd want to do it earlier, before the big threats started coming in. I'm not a huge fan of the recon getting vision from over here, but you gotta do what you gotta do. I do like the transport copter being used to harass this peninsula. Yeah, Randomwayz getting vision of what is awaiting the central fight. And right now, everything's kind of moving towards LordFrognaros' reinforcements, which is very good for LordFrognaros, who should probably think about getting a fighter. The bombers haven't been seen yet, but it is Sonja. Now the bomber is seen. Okay. Got lots of nice boosts from this transport copter. We have the money saved up to go for a fighter, it looks like we do. The anti-airs aren't going to be able to be enough to deal with the bomber, because when the Sonja super is active, the bomber strikes first. Meaning that the anti-air tries to attack it, and then the bomber just kills the anti-air. Okay. Randomwayz is trying to force the issue here. You can see the double captures going on to force some sort of response out of LordFrognaros, who should probably respond. Definitely fine to, yeah, just go in for minimal committal, as small of a commitment as possible, while you just kind of prepare your forces for potentially larger assault, and decides to send one tank in there. Not a huge fan of that. Okay. Tank is taken out. It could also be like a power play of trying to get enough charge to potentially have an attack in here that does enough damage to get the super. Not a huge fan of this counter break, but it does let the bombers come in before the fighter is available. Bad thing about this counter break is that it gives LordFrognaros kind of a better opportunity to build up charge as he wishes. Because normally it's really difficult to build up charge on your turn, because you get half charge from the damage you deal. Your first strikes make it so you don't tend to take much damage back. Here I imagine LordFrognaros is going to be able to just kind of get the super and then use the super to a lot of damage. But it looks like this is not the case, because this guy's running way back here. Not sure why this tank moved back. I get why the 5 health tank did. There we go. Yeah, LordFrognaros is like, oh yeah, I can use this to my advantage. Some of those earlier movements kind of coming back to haunt him. Oof, not what you want to see, but it's what you gotta do. Now goes for the super. A solid 35k damage. This lander is costing Randomwayz a lot of money. Randomwayz does get this city, which is nice. There are quite a few nice pickoffs for Randomwayz here. See how well the bombers end up getting protected. This is a little silly to me. But I guess the idea is this lander can pick up vehicles to now challenge this peninsula. It really doesn't want to lose this harbor. Okay. We'll see how well LordFrognaros was keeping track of the health of these units. Decides to finish this guy off. Bomber ran way away, which makes sense. Copter gets picked off. The tanks can now zoom on in here, get some nice kills. Looks like Randomwayz is doing LordFrognaros is doing a pretty good job of tracking the infantry health. Oh, maybe not. I guess the Neo tank didn't really have a much better target. Definitely want to attack with the further back infantry. I guess the anti-air. Now nothing can actually interrupt this capture. A little embarrassing, but that's okay. If this comes down to a big old brawl over here, it looks like LordFrognaros will come out on top. If Randomwayz can kind of take this city and stay out of a big brawl, then like this is some nice pickoffs in it. Some pressure going on this peninsula now. Although the problem is, with all these units, all of these vehicles heading down here, LordFrognaros can just take the center again. Or if this army has to retreat, it's just split Randomwayz's army in half. And then, yeah, this all becomes very vulnerable. And the Drake super is a lot scarier than the Sonja super. Randomwayz does manage to get this, though. This infantry dealt with. Quite sure why he put the tank on the harbor. Decides to drop the infantry off. Okay, does have a nice wall going for it with the boats. We have another artillery coming down. Help with this. Copter gets taken out by this fighter. There isn't a recon for LordFrognaros, which is not great. I think LordFrognaros is a little bit timid on going for these central properties. Like Randomwayz was doing a really good job of forcing the fight in the center when he knew he had like the advantageous position. It looks like LordFrognaros is just not quite feeling it the same. But I think a lot of that comes down to just the fact that Sonja gives you more vision, which gives you more information on what your opponent's doing. Here we go. It's starting. It shoots again. We'll see how Randomwayz decides to gauge here. This is the much harder one to deal with. This one is pretty easy to interrupt. So we have a sacrifice of an infantry. And everything just kind of reorders. Powers popped both bombers, staying alive in the back. Randomwayz gets a nice first strike after trapping this infantry. Tank decides to rush forward. Infantry kills off the artillery. Looks like both of these artillery are going to get hurt really bad, which will make Randomwayz have to invest actual units forward to stop these captures. No fear fighter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is out of range of anything in the fog that isn't another fighter, which Randomwayz did buy. Okay, we have the counter break. Sees not quite the whole map, but most of it. Sees the fighter, which Randomwayz knew about, which makes these bombers less invincible. Does attack in over here. Ooh, that hurts. Drop down here. Okay. Does have to double commit these infantry or to stop this capture. And on the counter break turn, the bombers don't get to do anything. Feels bad. Well, this entire army is gonna get potentially hit by a super here. We'll see. We have a black boat built from Randomwayz over here, which might be coming with the idea of landing directly on this airport. Okay, we have the attack in the center from LordFrognaros. The artillery backup. Fighter gets repaired way back here where it's nice and safe, but still covering everything against the bomber. So not enough to make it to the super, not really even close, but kills off a bunch of the infantry that Randomwayz was relying on. Yeah, okay, so at this point, Randomwayz is gonna wait until there isn't a copter built at this airport and then land on it. Is one of the sneaky strats you can go for. But Randomwayz is kind of running out of infantry in the center here. So fall back some more. Okay, and then we have the artillery in the peninsula gonna start making some repair costs. Oh no! LordFrognaros is like, I'm done with this guy, and sees the incoming black boat. So Randomwayz's plan is spoiled right away. All of these infantry are going to get taken out. The captures get forced again. And as you can see, Randomwayz is quickly running out of possible infantry that can be used to stop these captures. Frognaros is so close to getting the super. Needs 300 more. There we go. So we do a nice... Oh my gosh. 35k damage. And now also all these planes cost double the movement for these tanks. So it makes it even more difficult for Randomwayz to actually engage on it. So Randomwayz is up by 5k right now, which is a lot. Although as soon as these flip, that's not going to be the case anymore. But the global damage makes up for many income deficits, and Randomwayz just resigns. Up 5k. But isn't finding any way of dealing with that global damage. Way too passive, should not fear the fighter. And the fighter's pretty scary. But yeah, the bombers don't get to do anything. So now they're just like... not a real investment. But yeah, this is the kind of fight that Sonja hates. Yep, the lander really stayed here the whole game. It just denied this airport capture. GG. The dream was almost real, and global damage shows why it's so good. Yeah, as soon as Randomwayz runs out of enough infantry that can actually stop these captures, it's gonna be GG, because the global damage scales so well as the game gets later and later. As we saw, it's like they fight, they're getting like even on value, and then Drake uses a super, and Randomwayz is really far behind. And the fuel drain is really annoying too. We have a 42 game. Super 5125 versus 42 on Tokyo. So many fog. Yeah, I think Sonja does have to be pretty bold with the attack. You have to really force the issue. I think this was sent in by Super 5125. But 42 is my friend in real life, so he'll get to be the Penguins. Sorry, Super 5125. An unfair bias I have. Yeah, I know. I'm playing favorites. Okay, so this is a pretty interesting map. Sami being picked in tier 3. Usually Sami's tier 4. I don't know if Sami's tier 4 on this map necessarily. But you do start with a lander on this map. So you can kind of deploy from these bases directly into this area. Sami gets an extra movement point on this ladder, so it can actually reach here and deploy directly down to this forest. Sami is tier 4 on this map. Okay. You kind of see fights happen around these comm towers for a bit, and then the fight starts to navigate. What was I going to say? Roam towards the center, kind of towards these bases. You go for the towards like these bases or like these bases to go for these cities after the comm towers, and then potentially towards the center and over to the HQ. There's a few openings you can go for here. Andy against Sami is usually pretty beneficial for Andy in Fog, because Sami does deal less damage with those vehicles. Here you can see the double drop off. Whoa. So we're going to get very fast deployment even before going for this airport. And then, yeah, you're going to see lots of recons from Super 5125. They don't stop the Sami caps, but they kill off the Sami infantry. And once Sami runs out of infantry, she's only... her day-to-day is basically just a negative. And her powers will just give the base +10/+10 rather than boost any specific unit. So, kind of what Andy wants to do is kill off as many infantry as possible and push the game into a vehicle versus vehicle fight, where he's going to be very advantaged because Sami will do less damage to Andy's vehicles. To really attack with this recon, it should definitely go straight to the right, because Sami is always going to be utilizing this extra lander movement to deploy units over here. But because Sami has that decreased attack on vehicles, it makes Andy's vehicles live more often than they might normally. And he can heal them up and just kind of win outright. Very aggressive. But here you go. This is a nice attack. So this is like the classic don't put your infantry next to the city. The recon gets a good attack on an infantry. It's also going to deny the city from being captured. And at the same time get really good intel too on what it's up to. Just train the tank. So just a single recon. Usually against Sami, you kind of do like a wave of recons. This very fast comm tower capture that 42 went for is definitely dangerous. The problem with really early comm towers is there's not very many units on the board yet to benefit from it, or like also not enough combats happening. And now it just creates a weak point, a vulnerability that your opponent can focus on is, oh, I can go after this comm tower now. And it will actively hurt my opponent. They have to kind of stretch their forces way down there. And if they overinvest in defending that, I can just kind of front switch and hit the other side. And for here, 42 should definitely step onto the mountain and hit this tree. Like so. Kapow. See, it's very vulnerable at this point. If recon, if even just one recon was over here, it could kind of do whatever it wants. Rushing central captures is really good in standard because you can always have units prepared to deny your opponent going for these captures. But it can be very dangerous to do in Fog because you don't necessarily know where your opponent's army is, and they can just show up and take this capture from you, which will of course hurt. Okay, so 42 does get the double comm tower. It's going to be, the question is going to be whether or not 42 is actually able to hold the double comm tower. It's very difficult to hold two positions on opposite sides of the map. And as soon as you, it doesn't matter if you get double comm tower if you immediately lose one comm tower, or even worse, if you immediately lose both comm towers. Which is kind of one of those classic things that happens. This is definitely a little greedy of this recon. There's no way that 42 doesn't have a way of killing this recon at this point. I mean, the base is right there. And the capture wasn't finishing next turn. We'll see how 42 goes about this. Whoa. 42 must not have watched the replay. Definitely mech strike kills recon is what you do here. You just step the infantry probably down to this forest. Or actually, probably right here. Just so you don't get trapped if there's something in the forest. You kill the recon. Now the recon gets away. Way too aggressive with the infantry. So this is something that you feel like you can do as Sami because it's harder to stop your captures, but the real thing you're going for with Sami is to have a high infantry count, and going for very risky captures will give you a negative infantry count, even if you get the captures. You really want to focus on captures that you can hold, rather than just captures you can go. Here, these well, in this case, the captures are just getting yeah. So every one of these infantries that dies is very painful for Sami. We'll see if the mechs can kind of group together with enough force to turn the tide of battle. If Andy ends up like blundering all 3 tanks into all of these mechs, then that will help out a lot. That will just kind of relieve a lot of the pressure that the infantry forces are feeling. Okay, so the tank is charging into the mechs. This is a very big overextension, and this is exactly what 42 would like, because this is going to be a chance to kill off these tanks before they kind of become invincible-ish with Andy Super on the line. Andy's copters, however, are going to be really painful for Sami to deal with. Copters are very strong when able to repair them with your power. And Andy has some of the best copters in the game, despite not having a day-to-day. Okay. This was good for 42. These things are just going to get taken out. Straight into the double time. Infantry clears. Infantry hits. Just for an aggressive capture. Tank kills tank. Back kills tank. Back kills infantry. That's a little sketchy. Infantry kills infantry. Very nice. Anti-air. I like it. Very solid double time turn here. Heal up some of the mechs. Build some more mechs. Alright. Lander has to be. Yeah, copter comes in to interrupt this capture. And then yeah, this mech is gonna get killed off. For which is what you don't like to see. And now 42 is gonna lose the top left here. Very, very hard to hold both of these. That's just something you gotta accept. Okay. But killing off all of those tanks helped a lot for 42. And the next big prize is going to be if 42 can pick off all of these copters using the anti-airs. Infantry zooms on in here. only one anti-air. That's going to be tough. You kind of, against Andy, you should probably expect quite a few copters. Especially if you already see two. The copter barely lives. I mean, this is good. This is potentially good for 42. It depends on if Super 5125 is super or not. Because this is going to be a chance for the anti-air to kill a copter and the copter to kill a copter. Just kind of dove in really far here. Is kind of behind in economy, but this will be the last turn that 42 has of double comm tower. Does get some nice pickoffs over here. You can see Andy is now transitioning into very heavy vehicles that are going to be very, very durable and difficult for Sami to kill, so that Andy's super can do its thing. Is there not a way? I guess there's not a way to clear this base to let a mech come in and finish off this tank. Here come the Sami mechs. If enough mechs get together, they can fight off anything. I think the T-copter definitely should have backed up to get ready to pick up some more mechs. We have the Andy super here. It's not a super scary super, but it's doing enough. And then these two big vehicles are going to be a nightmare. Although it looks like Super 5125 is definitely neglecting this bottom right side, which could give 42 some nice counterplay. We have the double time. I'm not quite sure why we have the double time. I think that was the time to save the power. Or the power charge. Not much happened with that double time. We have a very vulnerable little artillery line over here. But if the medium tank like blundered over here, got shelled to pieces, then it would start paying off. Okay, it looks like they will end up just trading these corners, but the central properties that Super 5125 went for have actually managed. He's actually managed to hold on to them, or they have. Which is no easy task. The Mexican dropped off way over here. Quite sure what's going on with that. I don't like this. This is not a good attack. It does do like some chip damage for the Neo tank. It loses quite a bit of copter health, but doing chip damage to a Neo tank against Andy is not what you want to do. That's kind of just giving Andy more charge. This formation has been very static, and now the recon shows up and sees everything. Until this recon showed up, it was very possible the Super 5125 would blunder one of these two guys into the double artillery fire. But now that's not looking like it's going to happen. And here comes the waves of copters. You're going to need a lot more anti-air than just one to help manage that. I do like the tank harassment up here. Seeing all of the vehicles kind of retreat down here gives a nice opportunity. We have the rocket by. Kills off the recon, which is really good. Doesn't look like there's a very easy way of having a healthy blocker for these artillery. So this is very quickly gonna turn into mechs fighting heavy vehicles, which is not something you want to see. Oh, but that copter actually, I'm not sure why the copter attacked from there, but it's actually blocking off the easy tile to break in here. So instead, come in through the side here. But yeah, both of these artillery are going to go down. Now the only thing that can fight these heavy vehicles are the mechs, which is not what they like to do. It's looking real rough right now. Yeah, 42 just resigns. That's a tough game for sure. And you can see how Andy's very strong against Sami and Fog. And even with a huge group of mechs, as soon as the artillery support's gone, there's no way to deal with these guys. But well played by Super5125. I wasn't a huge fan of rushing these central properties, but it ended up working out. And you got to see the vulnerability of trying to go for both common cars. Sami is very difficult in Fog. Very difficult. Speaking of Sami, I have an Incuggarch game. They have these facing the wrong way. Face to the right. Face to the left. Incuggarch, you get to be yellow comet. So the idea with picking Lash, at least for me on this map, was that there's a lot of heavy terrain here in the center, and you're going to have a much better vehicle-based game than Sami will. So if you go with like an early recon opener out of the one base side, you can fight off the foot soldier based army pretty nicely, and potentially even take out the foot soldier base if you can get an artillery like on this missile platform, which isn't like that outlandish because you can go from here to here and then to here. The also nice thing is if you have one of the comm towers, you can use an artillery in the trees to break the pipe seam in just 2 turns. You also have a nice artillery approach on your opponent's one base side, especially with these missile platforms. Not a huge fan of Incuggarch going for this, but it's okay. It does. I'm not a huge fan of TdtDevi going for that capture either. You can kind of just go for this capture and then take this later on. Although it's not like this is that bad. This is actually pretty good for the Lash player. You can just attack from the mountain. And you've kind of got this one base side trying to fight your lone foot soldier only base off. And yeah, okay. Incuggarch realizes it is like, oh my gosh, I can't afford to trade foot soldier to foot soldier here. I actually need to build up my own economy. So we'll see. There should be some recons, like artillery coming out here. Okay, no recon. Fast artillery. It will one-shot this guy from the city. Might see an interrupt on the comm tower. The tank come out over here for Incuggarch. Put some pressure on Lash, who went for an artillery now. I will say that if, as Lash, like, don't focus on fighting over here against Sami. It's kind of a nightmare scenario. Instead, you go for the center faster. And then once you have enough of an economy, then you can pretty easily take this area. Okay. This is fine. I'm not a huge fan of this attack. It does kill off this guy, but he wasn't even capturing the property. The problem is this is gonna just eliminate all of the units, the unit count that this one base has to support itself. You can see the one shot to kill the recon. And then looks like next turn, Lash is going to attack into here, and it's going to be pretty much impossible for Incuggarch to hold on to this. Over here, Lash definitely should not have attacked in. Just keep these guys back. You can work with the artillery. You can see those guys both died, and now this capture is going to happen. Looks like Incuggarch recognizes that this is just not holdable and falls back. Assuming that Incuggarch does not lunge forward as soon as Lash goes for these captures, it looks like Incuggarch should be able to hold this pretty decently. Lash falls. For some reason moves this artillery back. Very good play by Incuggarch here to go for this airport. It's very strong. It's central. And you build a copter here, you're already able to mess around with the center there. Something Lash, I would have really liked to see Lash do is head off over here much earlier rather than fighting over here. Kind of the Sami. Okay, this is awful. So I don't like... I'm somewhat surprised that Incuggarch went for this, just because it's very similar to what Lash did over here. Where all of those infantry died off, and then there was like nothing to hold on with. Yeah, all these infantry are going to die. Like so, and now there's nothing that can stop the captures, so looks like both players kind of ended up doing the same thing there. It is very hard to let those things go. So I understand why it happens. It's just it's almost like unfairly punishing how bad it is to save your own stuff. Okay, I do like the idea from Incuggarch here. So the downside to sending tanks over here is that it's going to be really hard to kind of take the one base side down. But okay. I thought for sure these tanks are going to be buddy-buddy and like try and save this one base side, but if they're splitting like this, that's not nearly as good. I mean, you don't really want to have Sami tank to try and fight Lash tank. And this is also going to be a tough call for Lash, but you have to let the city go. Here you can see just like it's like a huge death spiral on the one base side as soon as those infantry counts are taken care of. Although probably should have prioritized the comm tower a little bit more than that. That's okay. Get the anti-air. I would have really liked if Lash, instead of like moving this artillery back and forth, had been breaking this pipe seam. Much like what Incuggarch is doing. I can understand why you wouldn't want to, because you like look at this setup and you're like, if I break this pipe seam, that opens up another side they can attack me from. But that's not really how bases work. Bases are not like these. These terrain formations around your base actually make it a lot weaker, because you only have one way to leave your base, and this does not stop you from being attacked. This leaves you vulnerable to being shelled from indirects, and the infantry just walk over. So you want more avenues to leave your base to actually defend it from afar. Okay, so the mech decides to move forward here, and with artillery and mech, clear this city capture. And catch did okay, so Lash did do the right play and let this capture through, but then also left an infantry just sitting up on this exposed mountain, which isn't great, but it could be worse. Okay, nice pressure in the middle here. Spots uncaptured city. Next turn, this will fall. Lash really wishes they had the super here. Or like one more artillery. As soon as this gets locked down, it's like, what did Sami do? Okay, get another kill. I don't like this infantry. I don't know why this infantry is deciding to replace the one that just died. Like that was already shown to be a mountain of death. A medium tank is basically forced here now. Although killing off that infantry does help. Get a mech, okay. Alrighty. So some nice harassment available to Incuggarch here in the center. Double time. I'm not 100% sure why we're using double time, but I am assuming I'm about to find out. Oh, it looks like it's to break this, to kill this artillery. Sure. Ooh, it does also reveal this artillery. That's very nice. Then the copter gets distracted. Okay, that was a very good double time. You were very surprised to see this not captured. Yeah, Lash definitely should have. It's just because Lash was spent a little too much time over here, but it's almost like a trap of the map. Okay, so the artillery is down over here. This pipe seam still hasn't been broken, which is a little unfortunate. Oh, but Lash just resigns there. I mean, this one base is looking real bad, and this airport is never going to get captured. So I think it's a little bit early, but I think it's fine. The problem is, like I was saying before, this isn't like these terrain features are not benefiting this base. So what's going to happen is that like this artillery will move back onto this city, and then, or probably back into these woods, and then the anti-air will kill this copter, and then like a medium tank has to be built. But the mech here is just gonna step to this tile while this other mech and like infantry kill off this anti-air as best they can. And then this medium tank can't move. It has to hit a 5 health mech, and then the artillery just kind of come over and lock it down. So GG. I think if the opening was a little bit different, like Lash would have probably won this. Well, I don't know about probably, but would have much better chances of winning this. Going for this double capture over here, it's not going to work out against Sami. Focusing on this and then building like recons, and then you can go to anti-airs if you like. Will serve you better. GG. Incuggarch had a very good double time that I did not see right away. It was very strong. ThaiWin versus flawdog. This is not a fog map. I made it through all the fog games. Cobalt types. Okay, I don't think I'm familiar with this map. It looks like it's a standard map. I don't know if this is from a tournament. I don't think it's a league game. We check. This is a tournament. Oh, okay. This is round 5. Oh. Of the standard tournament. So this is my future. Got here really fast. Okay, we have Adder versus Koal. I do see quite a few roads here. All of the roads are positioned, at least in the center, they're positioned very defensively. And what I mean by that is the roads are facing towards the player where the properties are closest to. So like, I'm assuming these properties go to Koal. And you can see these roads are here, so they can be used defensively to try and hold the property. But if you're looking offensively, if Koal was trying to push through the center, then these are not looking good for Koal. They're looking good for, like... You can send me replays on Discord. Use the file. The zip file. And then over here, though, you can kind of be... The comm towers look very offensively placed for Koal. You're going to approach this way and hit the comm tower either defending or attacking, and the same thing is over here, defending or attacking. So I imagine the Koal pick is to focus on taking control over the comm towers. I haven't seen this map before, but it looks like you go for a very early drop off here with the black boat. And then over here, this guy can be black boated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 up to here. Dropped off for some nice capture chains. And you can go for a very early transport copter as well if you'd like to. You do start with an airport. And that's double lab. This lab has one road that you can use for defensive boosts with Koal. This one has mountains facing towards the player that owns it. So that's going to be very difficult to hold with direct units, but very easy to hold with indirects because now the mountains will be in your favor. And there's also an airport right here that won't care about the mountains. It looks like recons built from this base are going to be very scary. They have nothing but roads and shoals and cities. for quite a while. So I would expect some pretty heavy recon play. Actually, recon from here is not bad either. Can you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then you're already set up the roads. But this is the side that's is closer to just being a single base for your opponent. So I'd imagine the recons want to be sent this way. We'll see what people decide to go for here. Is double air. They're very forward. So I think recons being built to try and control this airport would be one approach to this map. And the fact that this black boat's going to be dropping units off down here makes the recon buys even better, because the black boat can only transport or foot soldiers. Recons can deal with. So we'll see if there's any recon buys. It's looking really good for recons. They'll get there really fast, and it's very difficult to reinforce this. You can go like recon into tank from here. This would be the turn that you'd see. Not quite sure why this infantry was brought over here, rather than just walking forward. I guess it can reach there just as fast. Okay, you do have the recon built. Does Adder decide to go for a recon of their own? Doesn't look like it. We're going to have tank in response to recon, but the tank's going to take quite a while to get over there, and when the tank gets built here to support this recon, it's going to be a nightmare scenario for ThaiWin to hold. We have a mech. That's a very early mech. I don't like that. And I don't like that because that shuts off the possibility of going tank infantry next turn without a base skip. Goes for the comm tower right away. This is looking like it's pretty much impossible to hold, so not a huge fan. Recon decides to go up here rather than going recon tank attack to just wipe out this area. I mean, this will have... I guess it can go over here to deny these cities, but down here is going to be harder for your opponent to deal with rather than the center, because they kind of want to send their vehicles into the center anyway. We have another mech bot. A 2 mechs bot. This does not look like a good mech map to me. Unless you're going for like a transport copter opening. I would either go recon tank or just like lots of recons. This recon goes on a journey. Alright, we're up here. Have the mechs are gonna, the black boats are gonna hang out. I guess the idea is with lots of mech drop-offs up here, it's gonna be possible to hold this comm tower. Okay. Both players have done the double black boat on the side here. You can see, like, so vulnerable to recon harassment. The mech is going to be marching for quite a while. This tank can attack this, so I'm a little wary about this move. Yep, double mech drop off. I did not realize how nestled in there that city is. Okay, so the recon does get a nice attack on the infantry on the river, holds the city. It can be depends on how ThaiWin wants to go about this. can block the recon in, or can just move a tank next to it. I would definitely attack down here with this tank. There's only one infantry for the middle currently. Down it does go. And that was a classic case of like in Fog, where you just don't want to put that infantry next to the city that you're going for. Mechs are always good. I would not say that mechs are always good. They are very slow. When you've like transport copters, I mean, building mechs from here and dropping them off up here, like onto this mountain forest, that seems pretty decent. Building a mech over here and spending 3 turns transporting it up here, I'm not quite so sold on that. Okay, yeah, very strong airport. As you can see, copters built, it's already like contesting this. Comm tower and all of these captures. This is why I think recon tank would be really strong over here. Could even potentially delay this very strong airport. Tanks moving on in. Recon actually got away, which is wild. Okay. So we're gonna have to see an anti-air built here pretty soon. Otherwise, this comm tower is just not gonna be able to be taken. But with an anti-air, it's gonna be pretty easy to take. Copter mech, a favorite combination. Not sure why the black boat went up here. It has nothing in it. I guess it's potentially able to take this guy away, save him. Okay, the tank goes for an attack over here. Unprotected infantry. 3 hits. We have attack in on the mechs. A little bit risky because copter is there. Doesn't look so bad for flawdog. And then got an attack on this anti-air as well with the tank. We might even see just tank copter hit this. Okay, down here we have recon hitting on it using the road bonus damage. That out. It comes down here. Very sadly, bridges are not roads, so there's no bonus damage there. We have a nice block off here. ThaiWin can kind of attack into it, but it's looking pretty strong. Infantry gets away. Kind of gets nice harassment up here. Mech decides to fall back. We have copter, plus mech strike, plus tank strike, plus stands in the way. That's often a mistake I make, where I need an infantry to stand in the way, and instead I attack and injure the infantry, so it's will be cleared much more easily. The idea here is that the units are stopping this anti-air from reaching the copter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not true. You have infantry kills this. That copter can just hit like that. So I assume is what's going to happen. You have the side slip, adder, coin caps. There, we do have the hit. Didn't even need to use this guy. Could have gone for this capture and used both of these guys to do it. Probably would have been better. We'll see what this infantry is. Hit doesn't quite kill the tank. I see. The idea was kill the tank and then the infantry could hit the mech. attack in here. 3 hits the mech. Tank decides to come in. Ooh, nice wraparound to hit that artillery. Very nice setup by ThaiWin. Also starting to capture in the center. That was a pretty good adder power, I would say. The anti-air is a little bit exposed. There is copter plus mech can kill this. Actually, copter plus 6 health mech, and I got tank mech over here. So I think flawdog is able to stabilize on this side. And there are some decent attacks over here. If the artillery hadn't been hit, that would have been amazing. And then over here, I think the recon with a power or super can actually save this city. Is that copy protect mech? You really need to use the full health one. I guess it's fine with the super. Yeah, 6 health. Okay. So nice attack there. Oh, I guess you don't need to use the recon. Interrupt this because with the super, not a problem. There you go. You can get to use the road bonus damage. Stop that. This capture. There comes back. Ooh, you even see that tank reach. That's very nice. It's a nice road bonus damage. Kill off this tank. Okay, this is looking much more convincing now. Yeah, Adder really pushed for fighting over here on these roads. It might be just the natural thing, but if I was Adder, I would try and push to a fight in the center, where not as big of a part. Decides to stick around and kill a 3 health infantry. I would fall back. Okay. Flawdog able to interrupt that capture. You got the anti-air. Follow up to interrupt on that capture. Double black boat repairs on the tank and then send the tank onto the city. I like it. Get that guy up to code. Okay, the tank first strike, utilizing the road. Infantry can finish this off, and then mech can finish off this tank. Artillery, very nice position. It gets to heal up. That's also guarding the tanks. Ooh, okay, flawdog is deciding to actually put some more pressure on in the center. Sideslip Adder, who's down so many units. A lot has to happen here. Otherwise, just get overrun. Takes out that tank. Takes out that tank. It's true, there's no anti-air over here right now, so the copter is able to hold down the comm tower all on its own. Copter first strike. Pick up some infantry. Finish off that copter. Stand in the way of the mech. Yes. Okay. That was a pretty good turn. Still down 5 units at the end, but unit value wise, evened it up. The B stands for best friends boats. Have a good night. flawdog moving on in. Attacking these guys. Rather than kind of focusing in the corner. I guess just to stop these captures. Pulls off the copter. It's looking good. Sets up for a future attack. Preparing the tank, has the anti-air on the way to help support it. It falls back against this copter. It did a very good job of kind of spoiling flawdog's fun down here. Copter by, tank infantry. Okay. Still doing very nicely in unit count. Lots of copters. Tank dives in here, no fear. Probably have a little bit of fear. I mean, there is a mech here. He's out of ammo. It's gonna get rearmed. Starts going for the comm tower capture. Kills off this recon. And a lot of these infantry are going to get picked off. It's going to help a lot. For unit count, there isn't much in the way of defense over here. So it looks like flawdog is going to be able to leverage that increased unit count to kind of fight effectively on more fronts than ThaiWin is capable of. Like so. Oh, interesting. Okay, so the mech decides to walk backwards, take that guy out, and then the copters are going to fight here in range of the anti-air. And flawdog is relying on super for the mech to cover the copters. But this mech does not. Can't make this drop-off point with a mech. That's too bad. Okay, so this is looking very good in the center. We'll see what ThaiWin can do with this anti-air. Join cap on comm tower, very much trying to push the issue. We have the side slip. Does not allow a strike on this anti-air. Side slip. Attack down here from the missile platform. Take out this artillery, then hit the anti-air. So that's pretty good. It's still going to get a decent attack though because these roads and the Koal super. We might even see a collapse down here, just abandon the middle. I think that's exactly what we're going to see. Okay, so very nice unit value advantage for ThaiWin after that turn, but still behind by quite a bit in unit count. You have to remember, you're supposed to, in an even game, you're going to be ahead at the end of your turn. Here we do see the anti-air come on down. And then the tanks attack. And then attacks. And then the tank from the base gets to make an attack. The 4 health anti-air does 6 damage. That's looking very good. We have the mech do 9 damage. And the 6 health copter finishes off, and the full health copter can stop the comm tower capture. The plan to rely on the super to cover the copter worked out very nicely. And we can run away. These infantry are kind of left to their own devices. Just good luck, guys. Ooh, very aggressive. Going for this lab capture. It's not very easy for ThaiWin to defend that. They're not pretty much even-ish in unit value, but they're down 10 infantry, which is not easy to come back from. Now the vehicles are forced to hit infantry, which they don't like to do, especially in range of opponents' vehicles. And also you can see, because there's like these ongoing fights going on, ThaiWin is pressured into building vehicles in order to stay in those fights. But that's not going to work out well if there's no infantry there. They're coming to replace the ones that have been lost. Okay. Infantry just doing their thing to get in the way. We have the double copter attack. And the tank finishes it off. Kill off this infantry. Kill off that infantry. Mechs be marching. Blackboat resupplies the tank. Sure. So this looks very vulnerable to attack as well. 3 health anti-air finishes off the copter. Looks like flawdog does not want to touch this tank, considers it a poison tank. Maybe because of the danger of a potential adder power to get the other tanks in range. Does get to come over here and finish off that anti-air, which is not what you would like. That's why you don't overextend, kids. This is why unit count matters a lot. Okay, tank gets through here. Get the copter first strike, but I mean the copter's just gonna die to the other copters. Okay. Starts killing off some of these infantry. These vehicles are all very exposed. Copter first strikes. It would take a Koal super for the anti-air to reach this copter. It's probably not happening. I think attacking with the 6 health the copter makes more sense because it's probably gonna get picked up by the anti-air. I like that there's a route here that just makes the power look better. Okay. The nice hit on the anti-air. Going for these captures. They're going to be very difficult to deal with because there's no infantry that interrupt them, so a vehicle has to do it. At this point, Adder is... spent so long in the move planner and then forgot to cap comm tower. That happens. That definitely happens. Yeah, so the tank has to attack an infantry while leaving itself exposed to all the other vehicles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, this artillery is actually unguarded. Unfortunate. I don't think there's a easy way to just trap in the copter. I guess you kind of can if you bring the transport copter here. Okay, copter tank, classic combo. Copter join together. Mech finishes off the anti-air. One of the few infantry that ThaiWin has. ThaiWin is down to a single boy. Holding the hopes and dreams of Adder together. We have the mass repair of this copter. Another side slip. At this point, it's going to be Adder's just only option to win will be a victory by rout, which is very difficult to get. Copters have been being very sneaky though, getting in those little hits that aren't covered. tanks have to attack some infantry. Something I like to do, especially inside, even at hurt artillery range. That was the hero mech that went down. 7 kills, dang. Okay, we have double infantry buys. ThaiWin is recognizing that it's kind of a weakness in their composition. Well, at this point, flawdog is up by 9k. You have the surround on the copter. Double repairs. Kill off the infantry. Kill off the tank. Hit the anti-air down so that the copters can't be easily picked off. Somehow this property's never been captured. Copter's been surrounded. I think at this point, ThaiWin's probably thinking resignation, but maybe not. There's an attack in here to kill off the artillery. But like at this point, when they're so far down in unit count, this is just going to happen all over the place. Where unit just gets surrounded and then the counter comes in. And yeah, ThaiWin actually base skips here, which is something you really don't want to have to do when so far behind in unit count. You see multiple sacrifices go in there in order to do a little bit more damage. I'm not a huge fan of that. Okay. At this point, flawdog can kind of get away with almost anything. You see the trail of woe. Anti-air gets a kill on the copter. Tanks come on in. Some pretty good damage. See the infantry goes for this capture, and what can interrupt it? Only vehicles. Which means those vehicles aren't hitting other vehicles. Tank kills this off, and because ThaiWin was so far behind in infantry, the only thing that's been being built in this base for a couple of turns is infantry. And that's where it kind of comes back to bite you. Oh, does get a breakthrough to save the city. Tank does make it around here to hit this anti that's almost out of fuel. And then ThaiWin resigns. I mean, it's once you get so far behind in unit count, it's almost impossible. GG. So I think the Koal pick worked out pretty nicely. There was a lot of fighting around these roads. The mechs also worked out. I think it probably would have been better off with the recon attacking over here with tank follow-up, but I mean, the mechs worked, so if it works, it works. The mech did over 20k damage. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Can't deny that. Good luck, Zeronias. This game, I could do a really fast one. Let's try. Subbie, Kindle Mirror, a Potato Paradox. Syrian mech tutorial. Yeah, you liked it. Yeah, I think you performed very well, flawdog. This game is a potato. It just straight up is a potato. I'm gonna go through it very quickly. Just start blaming flawdog for stuff. Okay. So I think recons are very strong on this map because of all the roads and the ability to kind of front switch. You can like attack aggressively, like over here, and then front switch down this way. And the tanks all have to go through forests to interrupt you. In this case, we're not going to see any recons built early on. Okay, we see tank and then recon, a tank recon build. And then the tanks coming forward for Kindle over here. Comm towers are going to be taken, I assume, uncontestedly. This guy could try, but very bad. Recon, you can see the little front switch with the recon. A little interesting to send it down here, but it might be just hit right back up here. You don't usually like to have the recon facing against the 2-base side, but if it's putting on pressure wherever the tanks are kind of missing, then it can be. Ooh. You see the nice 2-hit KO? That was not guaranteed though. That's pretty risky to go for. If that tank lives and makes it back to this HQ to heal up, then that's not going to end up very, very nice for Yellow Comet there. It's only about a 30% chance that you will get that 2-hit KO when you only have 10 plus 10% firepower. Okay. So it was very risky, but it did pay off. The recon is still getting some nice harassment in. So, yeah, now these tanks are just getting annihilated. Then we have Urban Blight follow-up. We'll let this go 2 from harassment, but not taken out. If it could be taken out, then the tank would come in here and do some brutal damage. We're going to have Urban Blight counterattack. You can see Subbie-I's making sure not to have any... Well, actually, there. I guess right over here we have a potentially catastrophic little swing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can have infantry go here, tank go here, tank strike from the comm tower. It's not too bad though, because there are 3 other tanks here. And it doesn't look like it's something that Yellow was interested in. Just decides to interrupt instead. This thing's kind of exposed though. Both players are sending a copter forward. Getting the first Kindle super is pretty nice. Hey, Recon gets a kill on a tank. Fantastic. Alright, we have a little line developing up here. It's going to allow for a lot of first strikes. But it is against the 1-base side, so anytime you can kind of trade out infantry 1 for 1, it's going to be very good. It's very hard for them to resupply them over here. We're actually kind of out of them over here as well. Nice tank attack, or a copter against tank attack. Right down there, kind of move down. Anti-air's just chilling on this city. They're equal in income right now. Subbie has a very nice unit count lead. That exchange up here. And how many have kind of died off down here. Lots of sacrifices to get an Urban Blight off, but this is the bad kind of Urban Blight. That's just an Urban Blight to do damage to units that are on urban terrain, rather than an Urban Blight that's used to like kill units off. Like, you don't really want an Urban Blight just to do repair damage. You want an Urban Blight so you get like kills like this. Or it can like Urban Blight so you weaken a unit on a city so you can then clear the unit off of the city and get a strike from it. That kind of thing. And if you don't have that opportunity available to you yet, it's totally fine to just hold on to the power. Because, I mean, it's just a normal power, so you have lots of room to generate more charge. Lots of tank first strike. Subbie with a lot of pressure with these infantry, going for these captures. And, like, this tank is now sitting next to the city, so it's just going to get bopped. Like so. The tank first strike, anti-air's over here to try and cover everything. Down here, we're gonna try and save the copter from this anti-air. This is looking really bad for yellow. Kind of fine in unit count, kind of fine in unit value, but or not unit count, in income and unit value, but unit count wise, really far behind from where you'd like to be. Ending the turn. This is another Urban Blight that's just going to do repair damage, as well as base stats. Ending the turn, still behind 4 units. Not what you like to see, although do that little mass sacrifice there. Try and kill off that anti-air, which will help a little bit in the unit count department. Okay, this city is put under a lot of pressure. The fall back at the bottom. With another anti-air. This tank is, yeah, it's very vulnerable doing hit. I didn't see what it killed, but that was very good on Crescendo there, spotting nice attack from the property. And we have the Urban Blight response here at the start of the turn. Get attacks. Copter swings up here. That's very nice. Finds a juicy tank kill, and there's also no anti-air over here, unlike that. So definitely switching or front switching over the mountains using the copters is very valuable. Looking like might be down in an income, but actually, well, okay, now the unit value is looking good. Because you want to be half a turn ahead at the end of your turn in all 3 metrics for an even game. So a little bit behind in income, caught up a lot in the unit count, but unit value ended the turn behind. Not what you want to see. Oh, the one health combats are always so brutal. I'm surprised these cities have not been used yet to damage. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Copter lives. Okay, there we go. That's exactly the unit count that Yellow Comet wants. Up like 1 or 2. That's what you want to see at the end of your turn. And up only 6k. It's not so bad at the end. The income right now is like 20k, so you'd want to be about 10k ahead to be in an even game. Or just stat-wise, ignoring positioning. Positioning can change all of that up. Like you can see here, all of these units are getting wiped out. A lot of the stats are going to be very misleading if you're in the middle of a brawl. Because there can be wild swings. As you can see here, Subbie is more than just half a turn ahead in unit value and unit count, so very far ahead. Why that Urban Blight? That's a good question. Let's check. Where was the Urban Blight used? It's right here. I think it's to interrupt this capture. Let's finish off the capture. I think it's probably fine to hold on to that, or to hold on to the charge there. But it did do some stuff. Urban Blight. Yellow Comet to respond. Does get a nice tank kill. Very brawly. A medium tank would Be really hard for these guys to answer. Assuming it doesn't step on a city and get there. Ooh, nice attack in on this anti-air. Copter pressure is still very real. Has to fall back. Tanks have to hit an infantry. Sitting on there. Very boldly. So he uses the copter to take the first hit. Very nice. Almost all of the units for Yellow Comet have been wiped out up here. And down here, they're just gonna, yeah, the copters can still do stuff. They just have to attack out of range of this anti-air. That's exactly what they do. At this point, I would probably, okay, Subbie is holding 3k. Yeah, that's a fine resign. I don't know how you're gonna manage the fight up here. GG. Okay. That was the last one. Kindle versus Kindle. Very dynamic. Very deadly. Yeah, people don't... Once the Kindle kind of reveals that they use it always on cooldown, then that's what they'll do. Usually. So anyway, GG. Hope you guys had fun. I'll leave you with an apple. Got a game from me? Send it in. Good night. Oh, I have a Patreon in the description if you would like to join, help out.